Hey guys, make sure you hit subscribe. I'm trying to get to that 100K. Help the brother out. You just have to keep adding to the short, Gavin. Good morning. What's up? What's up, Kev? Baby's good. Rainy New York for sure. Buongiorno. I don't think we're going to ban short selling now. Can't ban the options market, can you? Ooh. Haven't listened to the new Mobb Deep album. Unsolicited takeover, Metsera. Whew. 9 billion. Bidding war, huh? Nvidia down 2% is traded the most. 36 million shares. Chipotle down 18%. Meta down 10%, 11%. Alphabet up only 4% now after being up 8 or 9% last night. Pretty ugly out there. Intel down 1%. Open Door down. Comcast down. Tesla down 2%. Amazon down 2%. Microsoft down 2%. Recovering some losses there. Palantir only down 1%. Rigetti down 1%. Those are the most actively traded. But gainers, Emergence up, Guardant, Glaukos, Metsera with a rival bid from Novo, topping the Pfizer offer for Metsera. Cardinal Health up 18%, Bausch up 15%, Indivior up 15%, Fathom up 11%, Insmed up 11%, Align up 11%. Big losers. We got FMC down 41%. Sprouts Farmers Market, a growth stock, down 26%. Apellis down 20%. Chipotle down 18%, as I mentioned earlier. Baxter down 16%. eBay down 15%. Carvana down 13%. WPP, advertising giant, down 16%. Roblox down 12%. Meta down 11%, the big news. Is it CapEx scaring investors? No big guidance update there. But again, Meta keeps beating, so I don't know. I kind of like Meta. By value, Meta's traded the most, $16 billion, which is only 1% of their market cap. Nvidia, 5 trillion cap, unbelievable. very little traded as a part of their market cap. It's kind of interesting. Most people with NVIDIA stay put. Google, third most traded. Looks like the market's kind of getting back to a normalcy here where it's not Open Door and Quantum leading the way anymore on trading. I saw the Korea numbers for trading Quantum and they were pretty tepid. How to do fundamental analysis? Good question. Question everyone disagrees on. NVIDIA is nothing like Berkshire. Abivax over 100. Congrats. I hope you bought it with me. We, I think, doubled our money at this point on Abivax, one of my favorite biotech picks. Yeah, I'm not too interested in trading Nantelia. But yeah, I agree. It was a stock that you're holding it would have benefited you greatly, and not touching it kind of like the same philosophy some Berkshire investors have, but not obviously not a similar company in any way. But I see what you mean. Extropic, showing some interesting technology. I don't know that world that well. P-bits are an interesting idea. Probabilistic bits. It's unclear if how useful they'll be. I don't know. I just don't know. Quantum coming back here a little bit. I need a coffee, guys. I think people have, well, performance-wise, let me think. There are people with pretty good records out there. I mean, Buffett's is so good because it's so long. Yeah, I'm friends with Beth, of course. Beth is great. I trust Beth quite a bit. Yeah. Oh, I should look at the drone stocks. Well, I guess to put it simply, to do a fundamental analysis is to look at the details of the company and to try to value the company the best you can. I mean, that's really what fundamental analysis is. Oh, Buffett missed on a lot of things, but I think the point is his long-term track record is about as good as it gets. Why don't we take a look at Berkshire real quick? Yes, I'm still in a halfway house. That is true. Don't hold it against me. Three years later. Just trying to make ends meet here with this prison system. Hard in these streets. Absolutely. No, I don't. I don't live in a halfway house. With the Anki. No, I haven't had the ankle bracelet in almost 3 years now, and I just got off probation, so. I'm in jail. Don't tell the warden, please. I had dinner with George Santos last night. It was great. 267.9, 23, 25.323. Right, exactly. No FPS. Santos, not Soros. Demon. I'm a demon. Where'd Berkshire's debt go? Paid loss, unearned premiums. Maybe I'm not counting the right stuff here. It's a $1 trillion balance sheet. It's kind of amazing. Maybe I have to count the. Let me see how I'm counting it. Okay, I basically have a lot of different lines of debt. Sometimes your policy. It's a little confusing. Morning. Yeah, I don't know how Berkshire gets the exception. Did I sleep well? Evidently not. Anyway, I'll 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 get through it. Cash for Berkshire. I haven't looked at Berkshire balance sheet in a while. It is a fairly confusing entity, obviously. I have a GitHub. It's at github.com/Martin Shkreli/models. Okay, let's see if we can get this in one shot. Start with shareholders' equity. That's easy. So what's debt and what isn't? I think I'm including all insurance stuff as debt on the insurance side for the liability side. Any policyholder liability is debt because you're getting the float as cash. Okay, if you do that, it's actually pretty easy. Okay, yeah, that worked fine. I guess Berkshire is using a little bit of their cash for buybacks. Stock hasn't done very well, right? Yeah, Alnylam's selling like crazy. I remember accidentally buying 100 shares of Berkshire A for like 20 million. They were like, "Oh, this was an accident, right?" And I was like, no."
Top news alert. U.S. stocks snipes at Wall Street opens lower after mixed tech earnings, Fed comments.
Yeah, markets, the frothy stocks don't want to really go down. Quantum, Joby, Oklo, they're all kind of only open is really falling. All right, I'm gonna grab a coffee. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you hit subscribe. Okay, got my rocket fuel. Oh, are you crying? You bought a stock and you're down. Oh, poor baby, we need a bottle. Oh no. Oh no. Little baby. Little baby need a bottle.
You're broke! You're fucking poor! You're broke! You're fucking poor! You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Bottle.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Let's see. There's not many sell side analysts on Berkshire. Berkshire's 16 times EV to E. With no growth planned, or no growth estimated. But yeah, it's hard to grow Berkshire. I mean, yeah, we got to look at Biohaven. Let's look at Biohaven. Everyone wants to have a Berkshire Hathaway. It's very hard to actually do. Buffett really thought different. I mean, he was really creative. Okay, so here's Biohaven. Haven't looked at it in a bit. $18 stock. 1.8 billion cap. Let's dig in. Vlad has a great track record. You know, he sold most of Biohaven already for like, what was it, 15 billion or something. And so this is kind of what was left over from the Pfizer deal when he sold the migraine drugs to Pfizer. Shares out hasn't changed. Yeah, they're not so cash rich. That's all right. Trying very hard to. Oh, they do have a debt there. 257.70. Okay, so they need some cash. But regardless, Yeah, they're spending a lot. They're gonna spend 600 million this year. Jesus Christ. So this is kind of new Biohaven, founded 2022, but it had all the old drugs. So, you know, it's kind of this big portfolio of medicines. And the main thing going on here is Trorizol. I've been following this drug for years. I don't even know how to say it. Let me see if YouTube has an official way to say it.
Just as a little introduction, that the spinal cord injury is a major public health problem. Also, it's a major clinical challenge, but it's also a major public health problem because of the profound impacts it has on the people. And then, beyond the, as we all know, beyond the supportive care and emergency surgery and a little of the conflicting evidence about the use of corticosteroids, we really don't have much of the choices how to treat this injury, and various treatments have been attempted, and none of them has shown any success yet. So one of the possibilities or opportunities to try to do something with the acute spinal cord injury and its consequences is the neuroprotection, and one of the best known pharmaceutical treatments for in this area is the sodium channel blocker, or Riluzole. And Riluzole has been approved for the amyotrophic lateral sclerosis.
Yeah, I always called it Riluzole, but it's Riluzole. And this thing's been around forever.
In this area is the sodium channel blocker, or Riluzole.
And I think the mechanism of action was always a little kind of confusing. And everyone's tried to get it to work in different diseases. So they have Riluzole, and it's just I think it's a prodrug, basically. So we're going to see if we can find out how the FDA is going to decide here. But they have so many assets. I mean, they really do. It's a huge portfolio. And I like most of them, so I've always liked this stock. I actually never liked Riluzole because it's like classic biotech guy wouldn't like it either. I mean, it's something where, you have to, let's see what the FDA says, and let's see what they seem very convinced. And, the guy sold a company for $14 billion, so I'm not going to sit there and say I know better than him. I'm not saying he knows better than me, but I want to hear him out. What is he thinking? Stocks go up, stocks go down. You got to wait it out sometimes. All right, so they had this study, 206 study, phase 3. Is this the same study? We just got to go through this really carefully. BHB 4157 206. So obviously, the company's going to be out there lobbying, trying to get the FDA to say yes. CA primary endpoint. Thara did not reach stat sig as there was less than expected. Okay. Oh, they had a refusal to file. Is this 206 RWE? Okay, I'm going to read this really slowly because it's a little confusing. But it looks like there's the 206 RWE, which I don't really know how that differed from 206, so but we'll look at it. OCD failed. Okay, let's see. Let's see what PubMed says. I wish I was Quantum, man. You know how hard Quantum is to learn? It's fucking impossible. Let me show the do dilly. Riluzole is a bit of Riluzole is a bit of a confusing drug. Nobody really knows how it works. I mean, nobody knows if it works. The data it was approved on for ALS was pretty minimal, and honestly, I don't think the drug was used that heavily in ALS, and it certainly wasn't priced like it worked. But it was also like kind of, I wouldn't say before the rare disease era, but it was a while back. AI is a bubble, but quantum isn't. I don't find myself using Sci-Hub too often anymore, no. I'm anti-piracy, man. I think if you can afford it, you should do it yourself. If you can't afford it, well, yeah, Ari, I'm with you. I understand what you're saying. Let's see what they said here. Access denied. Damn. That's cold. Cold-blooded. Right on their website, you put the link up and tell me access denied. Fuck out of here. Tell them about access denied, bro. Okay, well, we can view the presentation at least. I've always been anti-piracy if you can afford it. If you can't afford it, steal that shit. Get your ass back down. Just have to understand what this study was. Get your ass back down. Novel, rationally designed therapy? I don't know about that. Glutamate dysregulation increases intracellular calcium. Talk to me. Yeah, D-Lau, I know what you mean. This is annoying as hell. Quantum's basically up right now. Fuck. Open's down, BTQ's down, but Lays is up for some reason. Ugh. Pain in the ass, man. No, nootropics are not a real thing in my opinion. So this is the primary endpoint at 3 years. Okay. But did they do a study? How'd they... What? Troriluzole, 3-year. FSARA. Okay. Yeah, you're right, ZW. Totally agree. I know stimulants. So annoying. What the fuck? Okay, well, hold on a second. Hold on. Wait just a second over here. I spy with my little eye. You guys see this, chat? Just saying. Keep an eye on that. Oh, they're not all SCA? Oh, is this for all SCA? I thought it was just SCA 3. The fuck? Felt that. This is also okay, well they still beat Euro SCA. In fact, that data looks better. Okay, so the first concern I had was the baselines are imbalanced. But the Euro SCA data looks quite similar, the baseline to the 206. And so here, the European baseline was also, they beat that as well. So that's good. Pooled data. But now we get back to this issue, which is what happened here with these patients. But here, this looks much more robust. So the dropouts and the censoring looks fine. That looked like a fear for a second. I mean, it's kind of... well, it might be hard to say no to this. Or did they say high high SD. So p-value less than 0.0001 on this. 0.05 here. No, I didn't see that, Monte Cristo. What a crybaby. Fucking can't cry, man. It's war in these markets. You got a problem with your returns? Try harder. Ask me about ataxia. You know, there's a thing about, you guys may not know this, but if you have something that says ask me in biopharma, you're only allowed to promote a drug if it's on label. In other words, if it has a FDA approval for that disease. But if you have something that says ask me about ataxia, and then you and the drug is for ataxia, you're allowed to do that. And if the doc asks you, you are allowed to tell them about the off-label use. It's a very like, you know, like funny, you know, thing that you can do. It's a little loophole. Okay. No, Friedreich's ataxia and SCA or spinocerebral ataxia are different things. Isn't that funny? Yeah. So people wear these buttons that are like, ask me about this thing. And doc is like, what about this thing? And you're like, oh, well, you know, since you asked, I can tell you that Lyrica is an excellent drug for whatever disease you want. Depression? Yeah, it works for that. Anxiety? Yep. Absolutely. My patient's, his problem is, oh, it works. Don't worry. You didn't even let me finish. Tell me they're going to rally quantum on a day like today. Man. Not feeling that, man. Viglixia. You know, there's another way. You guys want more tricks? Want me to do some tricks on it? I will. Viglixia. Watch this trick. Viglixia.com. Page is parked. What happens when it's not parked no more? See, I'm putting you on. I spelled it wrong too. Here we go. That's parked as well. I'm gonna buy it for $20. Let me buy that. I'm 3 steps ahead. Now maybe a label pops up. You know? Maybe a label pops up. If this drug gets approved, what does the stock go to 50? If I'm not mistaken. 20 calls are $5. Damn. So if the 20 calls are $5 and it goes to 50, I turn 5 into 30. That's a quick flip. That's a quick come up. All I need to know is it going to get approval? Ari's question, would payers reimburse? I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Okay, search did not return any results. I see. I think I wrote some software to... Oh, somebody did a FOIA log. Okay, I see you, Playboy. Let me see that. Let me see that log over there. Let me see that log then. Bernstein Litowitz. Little FOIA there. That's a law firm, so... .72. Another .72. CNBC. Fascinating. A lot of FOIA requests. Insider info requests. So anyway, we're on watch trying to... Did I download the first one or the second? Trying to figure out if... if this drug is approved, you know, there'll be some document somewhere that shows that. And we want to see that before anybody else so we can make 50x our money. That make sense? Or 5x. Any x. So that's going to be the drug's name, I guess. Viglixia. But sometimes at the last second, the drug names change. Again, the FDA is, oh yeah, don't tell anybody. Don't snitch. Snitching is a problem. Now, what we're doing is completely legal. Okay? Don't ask any more questions, though, please. So, the FDA's website is a little bit scrapable. So, they'll probably put out some kind of press release. It's not always clear that they don't always put out a press release. Just because a drug gets FDA approval doesn't mean the stock will go up. Well, thank you so much, Nick, for that insight. But in this case, it does. They have not announced the exact date. What are we talking about? What drug? Of course, we're still on troriluzole. Listen. You figure out the troriluzole approval, you make $5 million real quick, or 50. For me, it's more like 5, but shit, maybe you make 50. Some of y'all really don't have any money though. You're trying to flip 3K into 15K. Don't make me pull out the Andrew Tate again. You're broke. So Ricky Low. So Ricky Lickle Wall. Flip it, reverse it. You're fucking broke. I like SPRB. I didn't change my mind. Yeah, he knows what I'm talking. Brian knows what I'm talking about. Yes, I'm still in Sarepta. Open door down 6-7% there. The whole Eric Jackson portfolio is going to zero, dude. I don't know if the AdCom is relevant. I almost think AdCom's I don't know, there's a distribution there. AdCom is either no AdCom is really good or really bad. Ooh, I am. Yeah, you do have that going for it. It's a rare disease drug, very capable management, very plausible approval on the real world data. Let's see. My favorite Swiss banks has to say, shout out to UBS here. I ain't reading all that. Happy for you, or I'm sorry it happened. Only remaining. No, there's a lot of Swiss banks. There's Von Tobel. There's many others. Call the analyst live. Let's go. Oh, is this the same expert? Just doing it for the whole sell side. Okay, we got JP Morgan. No, there's a lot of Swiss banks left. Don't get it twisted. $70-page slide deck. God damn. Hold on. I need the 70-page slide deck. I probably have it somewhere. JP Morgan says 40% of approval, at least into the 30s for the stock. Good case, I get this weird middle ground where restricted label. I don't think that would be bad, my man. Or my girl. I mean, the 35 calls are $2, so it's not like. Yeah, I think it hits 40. Yo, Biohaven really is a great long-term outlook. I don't know what the FDA is going to do. This is the 70-page slide deck. This is all you need to understand Biohaven. Just join Godel Terminal, and it's yours. Well, the refusal to file wasn't good. I was thinking about buying Meta too. You got to email me, Ari. You're a buy-sider, right? Support your boy. Man, I ain't feeling doing all this research, man. I'm just gonna call Trump.
China.
Let me see if I could get Trump on the line, man. Who the fuck wants to do research? I want to do insider info, baby. See if I can get Trump on the line, man.
Listen up, you little shit. You think you can just waltz in here asking me about biotech and FDA bullshit? I swear to God, if you waste my fucking time with some amateur hour questions, I'll make sure your career is deader than Biden's brain cells.
Okay, Trump. What do you think about the Biohaven drug?
You mean that worthless fucking Nurtec shit for migraines? Biohaven's just another bunch of pharma crooks charging $800 for a pill that gives you the shits and barely works better than a fucking aspirin. I ought to come down there and choke you with those garbage tablets if you think that's real innovation, you clueless little prick.
No, I was asking about their ataxia drug.
Oh, that horseshit experimental compound BHV-4157. The FDA let them fast track because no one gives a fuck about ataxia patients.
It's a glorified vitamin that flunked every real endpoint. But hey, anything to pump that market cap, those Biohaven bastards practically jerked off on the advisory committee until they got approval. Why the hell are you wasting oxygen on this loser chemical instead of something that actually works?
Well, it's not approved yet, Mr. President.
No shit, it's not approved, you moron. So stop wasting my time fantasizing about some future flop that probably won't even survive the next PDFA review. Got it?
It's pronounced PDUFA, Mr. President.
Don't you dare correct me, you sniveling little prick. I've been screwing the FDA since before you could spell PDUFA. So shut your mouth before I rip out your tongue and staple it to the warning label of that dead-on-arrival drug you're jerking off over.
Mr. President, people with ataxia are suffering. They need a new drug.
I don't give a rat's ass how heart-wrenching the sob stories are. If the data's garbage, the drug stays off the market, and you can take your bleeding heart guilt trip and shove it straight up your own ass.
Mr. President, you know I'm a fan of yours. I just think you should help my portfolio out.
You want me to pump your pathetic little Robin Hood account, you brown-nosing leech? Tell you what, scrape together every dime you've got. Short that Biohaven garbage, and maybe I won't send the IRS to crawl so far up your colon you'll be shitting tax forms for a decade.
Mr. President, I donated to your campaign committee. How can you treat me like this?
I don't give a flying fuck if you mortgage your double wide to send me a check. Your $50 donation doesn't buy you jack shit. So quit whining before I make sure the only thing your portfolio ever cures is your will to live.
You seem a lot friendlier on TV, Mr. President.
Television's sanitized garbage for the gullible rubes, you starstruck halfwit. This is the Oval Office, not some fucking game show. And right now, your whining is about as useful as a condom in a convent. So pipe down before I sick the FTC on your penny stock pipe dream and watch it burn to ash.
Mr. President, I don't know if you know who you're talking to, but this is Martin Shkreli from New York.
I know exactly who you are, you cocky little farmer prick. The failed hedge fund wannabe who jacked up prices until the entire country wanted your head on a pike. Keep running your mouth and I'll bury your entire operation in so many subpoenas your fancy lawyers will need a fucking mining crew to find daylight. Now crawl back to your garbage Twitter account before I revoke every clearance your shitty company ever sniffed.
Mr. President, I was hoping you would give me a pardon.
Listen here, you price gouging little weasel. A pardon's got zero to do with biotech, and you damn well know it. Beg me on your knees. Donate every crooked dime you ever scammed, and maybe I'll throw your sorry carcass a lifeline. But if you waste one more second of my time, I'll make sure federal prison feels like a fucking five-star resort compared to what I'll unleash on you.
Also, I wanted to talk to you about quantum computing.
Quantum computing? Jesus Christ, you arrogant little prick. You can't even handle a goddamn PDOFA calendar, and now you want to jerk off over qubits? Stick to your shitty pharma pumps before I rip that tongue out and feed it to the superconducting chip you couldn't understand if it bit you in the ass.
Mr. Trump, I want to make sure that you do not give the quantum computing companies any money.
I'll strangle every subsidy those quantum nerds beg for if it keeps another dime from your grubby hedge fund claws. So shut your mouth before I shove your portfolio so far down the quantum rabbit hole it decoheres into pure piss.
Are you having a bad day, Mr. President?
Listen, dickhead, I'm having a peachy day ramming excellence down the FDA's throat. So stop sniffing my mood like a nosy little terrier before I rip that concern off you and shove it straight up your own quantum ass where it belongs.
Mr. President, I know the quantum companies are lobbying for money, and I demand that you refuse their...
Web search, quantum computing, federal funding, October 2025 White House lobbying.
Mr. President, I demand you refuse their interests.
You demand shit, you arrogant little pissant. If those quantum beggars cross my desk, I'll torch their requests so fast their lobbyists will need fucking burn unit beds. So back off before I staple your demands to your nuts and mail them to the Commerce Department myself.
Mr. Trump, I'm going to vote for Mayor Mamdani in the New York City election.
Vote for whoever the hell you want, chump. Mamdani, a dead squirrel in a tutu, I truly don't give a flying shit. Keep blathering about politics and I'll gut every federal perk your bankrupt hedge fund carcass.
You know what, Mr. Trump? I'm going to be voting for Bernie Sanders.
Vote for that crusty communist cadaver and I'll make damn sure the IRS audits every penny you ever skimmed while the SEC buries your tickers in so much paperwork you'll be begging for Bernie to nationalize your ass just to end the misery. Now buzz off before I squash your portfolio like the roach it is.
You know, Mr. President, you're guilty of 34 different felonies, right? Do you know that?
34 bullshit bookkeeping Mickey Mouse charges, you sanctimonious prick, means nothing while I'm still running the goddamn country. Keep parroting that loser DA's fantasy, or I'll sick every three-letter agency on your
She's not a loser.
show.
She's not a loser. Letitia James is a queen.
Letitia James is a grandstanding hack who couldn't litigate her way out of a paper bag. And if you keep slobbering over that clown show, I'll have a bullshit consent order stuffed so far down your throat, you'll be shitting New York civil penalties for a month. Now crawl back to your Bernie rally before I unleash the full wrath of federal enforcement on your garbage portfolio.
I'm going to the No Kings rally.
Congratulations, you virtue signaling clown. March around with your little No King sign while your penny stocks circle the drain and the SEC builds a bonfire out of your filings. When you're done playing revolutionary, remember I'm still the one who can vaporize whatever shell company you're hiding behind. So enjoy your protest before you crawl back here begging me not to nuke the last diseased dollar of your portfolio, capiche?
All right, Trump, I gotta go. You seem like you need a nap.
Take your limp dick exit before I shove that nap straight up your ass and subpoena your dream.
All right. Trump didn't help us at all. We don't know if approval's coming or not. What I'm trying to figure out is was the RWE a totally separate study or is it an extension of the other study? The only reason I'm curious is if same starting date. They must have started that and then it went into the other. Okay, yeah. Here's the... Kind of ran this into that. Okay, so all these have been any SCA patients. So it's not SCA 3. It's all SCA. .201 efficacy, p-value 0.52. Is lower better here for Sarah? Lower is worse, I think. Really close to no significance here. I mean, really close to no change at all, basically. In fact, patients who considered themselves improved was higher on placebo. So it's a little worrisome there. Although the FARA did seem to do better. No, I'd rather not short Biohaven because they have a lot of good assets and they have a really good management team. Yeah, so the first study was actually like somewhat in favor of placebo. And this study, okay, that's the extension study. Let's look at the next study. P-value 0.75, rough. Oof. So you get 2 studies in a row that showed no efficacy. Oh, man. The subgroup of SCA3 isn't really that convincing. Okay, RWE was their best looking thing, but it's really just not concordant with the other studies. Redros, well, BTQ and CCCX are garbage companies that are going to zero. Yeah, it seems like the doctors want it. Yeah, Rigetti's going to 0-2, of course. Rigetti has no chance. Rigetti's got the worst of the superconducting, and superconducting, it's not even clear you can scale that at all. It can be very tough for them to scale that. I don't think they know how to. And then D-Wave is like complete garbage. I bought it a while back and I fucking sold it because somebody in Godel told me INBX wasn't a good long. They said they were short. And I was like, all right, whatever. I sold it. You know, they were like, I forgot what they said. It was like something very fucking minimal. And I'm pissed because the data was pretty good.
That drug pharmacy dude, Martin, what's his name?
Martin Shkreli?
Shkreli.
Shkreli. Well, once D-Wave reports their next quarter, maybe it'll be a little more clear that they're not going anywhere fast. BTQ and Open, though, wow, BTQ is diving. Lays as well is up, but CCCQ or CCCX is down. It'll be really interesting. I don't know on Biohaven, man. This is a toss-up. I mean, I could see it both ways. And so the question is, do we want to... I almost feel like you have to buy a little bit just in case. Let it, you know, if it fails, the deck is cleared for... I mean, expectations are low, right? The stock's gone from 50 to 18. So, like, it's kind of bottomed out in a way. Open Army, we're holding the lines. Yeah. Can't believe D-Wave's at 40. It's so fucking ridiculous. $34. AbbVie's at 106. Let's go. Rigetti is 36 cents. We live in... Who said price don't matter? Who said price don't matter? Price always matters. Price don't matter. Yeah, I didn't really know INBX, and this guy sounded like he knew it, and... Well, I think to really understand Biohaven, you're going to want to know the rest of the portfolio. And they kind of have a really good rest of the portfolio. So this might actually, if they get approval, it's obviously really good news. If they don't, and I know they're trying really hard, maybe it clears the deck in a way that's kind of positive so that like the street can focus on the other drugs. Because I think there's been this focus on this drug. And I'm a little tempted to buy. Yeah, they're burning a lot, but they can always raise more money. and monetize drugs, I think. Dress up for Halloween. Oh yeah, maybe I should. It's also been climbing into this approval. Not that that matters much, but it's kind of interesting. I'd rather not gamble. We should, avoid gambling. I'm not paying any attention to Antilia. The company is just cursed. Management already sold a big company. They seem very good at portfolio management. So yeah, they had a $14 billion exit. And the portfolio looks great. I mean, hard to bet against these guys. So it's kind of like you buy a little here at 2 billion, maybe you get a chance to buy more at 1 billion. But if they get approval, we're headed to 6 billion. If they don't get approval, we're still probably heading to 6 billion because they're pretty good and they've got good assets. It's hard. Yeah, we can definitely look at Resolute. These call options have to be worth something, right? 30 calls. I do think the chances are probably higher than perceived, but that doesn't help us if we're just trying to. What is Arc Raiders? Capper's coming mid-November. She didn't slip. Did she say she slipped in a call? I don't think she slipped. I'll wait years for Quantum. I don't give a fuck. Meta's still down 12%. Yeah, they said mid-November, but I don't think that was a slip. I understand it's a video game. What kind of game is it? Or I start losing my shit. Third-person extraction shooter. How did that work? I guess I could look at the gameplay. Man, I need a break from work, man. I'm getting pissed. Oh, mid Q4 versus mid November. Yeah, I see. Look at that Abivax go. Thank you. I Sorry, guys. I do run a business here. Strange action today. You know, Nvidia got the best news they've ever gotten. Meta had a decent quarter. It's down 12%. Google, sort of the correct reaction, I think. Microsoft, very good quarter, down 3%. It feels toppy to me. Feels quite toppy to me. The quantum reaction is a little weird, but that doesn't scare me because those stocks can drop 10% very quickly. It's the big caps that, you know, really are a little worrisome. No, I would like to buy Meta, but I also wonder if the market's going to shit. So if I buy Meta, I would have to short something in its place, like Apple. Apple seems like a good short. Apple's really expensive. Toppy's in. Well, yeah, we need plants. I need an assistant to water the plants, get me coffee. If you're interested in this, you got to send me your Instagram first. Chad Rigetti has sold all his stock, my man. Chad Rigetti is a new company. Don't speak on what you don't know. Don't fucking speak on it. Chagrin is spelled Chagrin. All right. I think I have to pace a bit and think. Okay, we're back. Shorting anything is risky. Gotta be prepared. Gotta be prepared for anything. Oh yeah, Biohaven's a buy at any price. I hate to say that, but like, Vlad's kind of the GOAT, man. I don't know. I kind of want to buy it, but I don't want to get smacked when they, if and when they don't approve this drug. But kind of.
Top news alert. U.S. stocks S&P 500 NASDAQ fall as Meta spending plans spook investors.
I don't know. It's kind of, I hate to buy a little and then, you know what I mean? Buy a little now, buy after I get smashed. I don't know if I like that. That seems like gambling to me. But at the same time, I think everybody knows it's not going to get approved, or everyone expects it's not going to get approved, and does have a chance of getting approved. So quantum is the kind of thing where it could be down very shortly. Yeah, basically the way you might want to use Godel is, you know, that's top news, so you type top. But let's say you're into biopharma. So what you do is you type N, go to your watch list and do biopharma, which is my watch list. And then I just turn on the speaker, and depending on how much news you want, I have this filter set a certain way, but if I reset the filter, this will go off pretty frequently. Let me see what filters I have. I think it's got all sources, yeah. So is this biopharma?
Deepak Fertilizers and Petrochemicals is trading 1.05% lower with a volume of INR 472.1 million on Thursday, 30th of October.
Liquid helium, Albert.
Okay, so we'll see what this looks like, but this is just biopharma news from this quote monitor, and then I can also try biopharma news from my second quote monitor, which is called Bio2. I actually have three of them, Bio2 and Bio3. And I could just turn all those on with audio so I know if any of these.
With a trading volume of USD 25 million, MDRC trades 1.64% lower today.
I'm short a lot more than that, Gianluca. Well, you can get a similar username, Ryo. I'm happy to give you a good one. I don't know if the free tier is TTS. I don't think the free tier is TTS, no. You want it to have TTS? I could probably get some cheapo TTS that's like really cheap. TTS costs money. I don't know Akfnosnak. I can't pronounce your name. D-Wave shows no signs of stopping. You fool. You fool. Enron shows no signs of stopping.
Media Prima BHD 4502.KO is trading 2.7% lower on Thursday, 30th of October, and has a trading volume of MIR 13.8.
That's a Malaysian stock. Don't think I need that. I know about, but that
Novo
doesn't sound.
Nordisk says offer for Metsera adheres to restrictions under Pfizer deal.
That's not a great tool.
On Thursday, 30th of October, Goldman Sachs trades 1.14% lower.
You shorted the inverse. Yeah, there's some cheaper models that maybe we can give to our free users. I don't know. We're going to make chat TTS as well, so that's going to be pretty funny. And you should be able to set your your chat voice. I'll set mine to Trump. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways you could do filters. You got to experiment with it. I think one thing we could do is make it so that you can save your presets, but there's a bunch of... The way we do filtering isn't great. The best way to do it is like just have press releases and like well-known news wires. Because if you don't do that, you're going to get the like Ohio Daily News and shit like that. Now, some users may want that, especially if they're like using this more of as like a database for news as opposed to a trader. Yeah, MPOP, we're working on that. You can also type it in. I mean, you do it once, it's not that big of a deal. But I hear you. Didn't Kasparov, you're going to have to ask him on that one.
On Thursday, 30th of October, Astronaut Health trades 1.89% lower.
Yeah, Arkansas Daily News. And tons of Pakistani news as well. And that man's whole career. I'm about to end this man's whole career.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Yeah, we're doing it, QW. Don't worry. We're on it. But I'm not a rapper, though.
Lattice Semiconductor, LSCC, is trading 2.84% higher on Thursday, 30th of October, and has a trading volume of USD 210.2 million.
I'm going to kill that one. Stock Pulse. Get the F out of here. And I don't know if these are how these are bound. Like, would this also... Okay, this also excludes Stock Pulse. So, like, that is good. Yeah, we're racing GTA 6 for launch. I'd say you need a good soundboard. It's critical. A lot of humor is found on the trading desk. Let's look at Taiwan Semi real quick. This is a Q3. Just reported, I believe, for September. We're going to do this in new Taiwanese dollars. And let's see what they did. Big numbers. I'm looking at totally wrong thing. I'm looking at the balance sheet.
Health
What?
Secretary RFK Jr. says there's not sufficient proof to show Tylenol causes autism.
Okay. There you go. RFK saying Tylenol does not cause autism. So Taiwan Semi, 30% revenue growth.
CNBC 10:30 a.m. from 10:34 to 10:39 in U.S./Central.
Fuck CNBC. CNBC is cold garbage. Yeah, bitch. $24,684. Okay, 95,202. Oh no, wait. That's 73. Other comprehensive income. I'll probably exclude that. That's $1 billion Taiwanese dollars. God damn.
Health Secretary RFK Jr. says there's not sufficient proof to show Tylenol causes autism.
We should probably add 11 labs just so people can select it if they want it. Bring whatever TTS model you want.
Top midday stories. Trump-Xi reached trade agreement. Meta shares tumble after analyst downgrades price target cuts.
I'm not sure on Oracle. I don't even know what you're saying, Jeff Smith. 99.9% strike rate plays? What is that? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, Phil. Actually, we are just about to close our round. I'm so used to saying yes, but I think our seed round is done. You're welcome to email me anyway, martin@dl.software. But I think we're moving to a Series A round at a much higher valuation. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for making my company very valuable. I can't wait to watch the earnings. I don't know if what's going to happen. I mean, everyone is surprised by Meta's reaction. I am going to stay long Sarepta, yes. I've not changed my mind. Yeah, we had a low valuation, very, very low.
The future of biotech, maintaining U.S. competitiveness and delivering life-saving cures to patients.
Yeah, typically the valuation for a startup is like 10 or 20 million for pre-seed. That's where we were at. We raised 2 million, doubled the valuation, a little more than double actually, and raised 5. We're gonna probably have a press release out on that soon, and then probably go into Series A in the 9 digits valuation. So good stuff. Listen, put the extra respect on it. That's what you needed to do. I really need the RZA as my advisor. Just to give occasional, like, you know, shout outs. Bring back Wu-Tang Financial. Wu-Tang Financial. Well, if you're not an accredited investor, you should do something else. Investing's probably not for you. Yeah, at some point, Josh. I'm not really that nervous or worried about it. For a lot of people, it's a big milestone.
Breaking Views obesity feeding frenzy risks queasy outcome.
A lot of people have that. Oh, I need $1 billion.
Novo Nordisk said to make higher bid for Metsera to challenge Pfizer, Bloomberg News reports.
But that's not the most important thing. Locked-in accounts should get a warrant. I think that'd be fun. My coworkers and investors would not love that, but I think we should do that. It'd be funny. Do a bunch of legal work, complicate our cap structure just for the lulz. Fake meat. Fake meat is done. It's over. I don't hold trades too long, but I've been holding Quantum forever.
The most precious.
This is why I bought the Wu-Tang album. This whole reason.
The most
see
precious thing in the world.
I don't understand what's wrong with my computer. I'm streaming, but I have a 4090. Like, this should not happen. But it's really frustrating.
Turn to the graph, which is market.
Right? Do you see the frames per second is so low?
Novo Nordisk challenges Pfizer with offer of up to $9 billion for Metsera.
Why do I have low frames per second? It's so fucking dumb. Maybe I don't have accelerated.
The precious thing in the world is the financial security and well-being of your family. You want to send your little ones to the best schools. And in the end, know that you've left them with peace of mind. Nowadays, we all know that cash rules everything around us. Cream, get the money, dollar bill, y'all. That's why it's time to enter the 36 chambers and step to the Wu-Tang Financial.
So it's all about
At Wu-Tang Financial, we'll work with you to devise the best plan for you and your fam.
I mean, Smith Barney, bunch of bitches, old time farts. You gotta know how to jack this. You gotta play this game rough, you know what I mean? In, out, get, grab, bomb.
You need to diversify your bonds, nigga.
Military is blowing up. You about to go to war, invest in some nuclear bombs.
This ain't trading places, nigga. This is real life. Protect your goddamn neck. All right?
Wu-Tang Financial. The place for you and your kids.
All of our trusted consultants are here to meet your needs.
Unfortunately, the old dirty bastard couldn't make it today, but he sent his regards.
So call us. Because at the end of the day, Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to f with.
Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing.
SPY's dropping a little bit extra here. I often will tweet. It's my joke. Does anybody know a good bank to diversify my bonds with? A good financial institution? Dividends, accrued expenses, bonds. Let's go.
Update 1, Baxter cuts annual profit forecast on persistent hurricane impact. Shares hit 20-year low.
Damn, Baxter's at a 20-year low? I might have to do something. Might have to do something about that. Is there a symbol for Taiwanese dollar? It looks like maybe a yen, I think. I don't even know. I gotta make an FX section here. Annoying. Is it NTD? Is that the... I thought it was TWD, no? Yeah, TWD. How about USD TWD? $30.72. Or 30 Taiwan dollars 72 cents. Okay. So 1.3 trillion market cap for Taiwan Semi, 1.2 trillion enterprise value. Taiwan Semi started in 1987. It's actually something of a young company. I've converted these to USD. So now do I have to convert these maybe to back to USD for EPS? Annoying. But I'll do it. Maybe Taiwan Semi's the play. I mean, Taiwan Semi's 19 times.
Eli Lilly exceeds expectations and raises its targets thanks to success of Mounjaro and Zepbound.
The cheapest are Taiwan Semi, Berkshire, which isn't growing, and JP Morgan, which is a bank. So, like, Taiwan Semi still could be the winner. I mean, Taiwan Semi margins are not bad. And the growth is there. I mean, it's not NVIDIA growth, but it's not too far. And, you know, they got diversification with Apple and is Broadcom using them, I think? Google? No, Google uses Broadcom, right? So Broadcom makes the ASICs.
Update 1, Baxter cuts annual profit forecast on persistent hurricane impact. Shares hit 20-year low.
Yeah, I'm starting to look at those, Matthew. It's not my space. It's going to take me 10 years to really learn semiconductors. It's not a overnight process, you know? And that would take deep dedications, which I don't have. Oh, yeah, look at BTQ doing a disappearing act. Yeah, BTQ is going to zero, dude. I don't know. Who thought that was a good idea? Be 6 handle real soon.
Ally really
China.
quintuples profits in third quarter after earning 4.826 billion euros and raises forecast.
Well, you got to decide that, Mason. I give a whole video series on that, but yeah, basically, debt is money you have to pay back, and cash is cash. Cash. I also include stock. Any kind of stock a company has, equity investments. To me, that counts as well. Why so much regretty?
Women folk healers were branded as witches, but their treatments may have been medically sound.
What AOC? Fuck you say to me? BTQ is just a fake company, dude. No revenue, nothing. They got nothing. The whole thing's a joke. CNBC just, I mean, it really is just like consensus thinking, consensus view. It's mostly a bunch of idiots. The reporters have no experience. They never worked anywhere important or interesting. They're often just somewhat good-looking people that kind of just are doing the reporter thing. They're journalists. They're not really subject matter experts. Real finance is a lot more boring, but they try to make it entertaining, and it accomplishes neither, to be frank. A lot of advertisements. It's television at the end of the day. It's the worst of television. And it can lull you into thinking you're working, which obviously one is not. Okay, so 30% plus growth. Average 37% year-over-year growth the last 6 quarters for Taiwan Semi. Really remarkable. Now, you could also see that reverse and decline at some point. And I think that's just going to happen someday. Yeah, Becky, that's Warren's favorite.
Pre-markets down on questions Fed jobs in Q3 earnings. BMY beats on Q3 earnings and sales raises 2025 sales view. Novo Nordisk guys rival takeover of Metzer with up to you cite $50 bid. They say that payments may not be paid for the official policy of this election.
cold as balls in here. This fucking office sucks. My value is dropping dramatically.
I'm not dead yet.
Fuck is this bullshit, Quantum Rally? It's pissing me off. EV is enterprise value. Is this your first day? It's your first fucking day. You're brand fucking new. No, I don't text you. You probably need a better software. What software told you BTQ's market cap was 5 million? Who told you that? What system are you using? Look at this dumb fuck right here. Everybody, I don't text 9783. What dumb fucking system are you using, huh? Market cap's only 5 million. Oh, then go buy the whole fucking company. Stupid asshole. Market cap's only 5 million. I'm looking it up. Oh, Trading View. Oh, yeah. Market cap's 5 million. Derp. You might want to try a real system, my man. It's a steal. The float must be so small. Yahoo Finance has the right number, 1.1 billion. Google shows no market cap at all. Unbelievable. Look at that bear flag, guys. Yeah, futures are slowly rolling out in Godel. Oh, you think so you think it's a 5 million market cap? That's good. You're doing good. You're doing good for yourself. It's good. Trust what you see. You're doing excellent. Tabs, tab folders, or scrollable tab list? I'm not sure what you're asking, Vale. We have tabs on the bottom, like if you mean like this, like changing tabs. It's kind of an interesting way to do it. Let me. What does that mean? Need more tabs? I don't understand what you're saying. There's tabs on the bottom. Yeah, trading views a few billion. Oh, you want ban? You want to ban I don't text? Oh, that's what you're asking for. I got you. No problem. I love banning idiots. It's my favorite thing. So you want, how many tabs do you want? Because you can make a monitor 3, and you can put this on your other monitor, right? Okay, you want a 4th tab? Monitor 4. So what? You run? How do you run out of tabs? How many tabs do you need? Yusuf, stop fucking spamming my chat. I don't care about your fucking $20 account. Oh my god, look at this idiot. Yeah, thank you, Islanders. Listen, guys, if you're going to type to me, I need complete sentences, proper fucking grammar. Stop being an idiot. Yeah, let me look into that, Andre. That's a good question. Yeah, we're working on that, Vale, for sure. Rough stuff. Can you explain the Excel sheet where you list a lot of companies? Well, basically, it's an Excel sheet with a lot of companies. Sometimes you guys really get on my fucking nerves. Did you know that? Get my last fucking nerves. I'm going to take it out on my cat when I get home. Come here. The GitHub link is github.com/Martin Shkreli. You could also Google Martin Shkreli GitHub and get the same link. What brokers do you deal with for futures in your software, Martin? Well, we're a financial information company, so we don't deal with brokers. We deal with exchanges. I hope that answers your fucking question you've asked me 600 times. Damn. Oh, he's asking it again. And he's adding me. What's wrong with this guy? Don't make jokes, though, saying, I'll ban you. I will ban you if you sit there sarcastically joking, piling on. Because you know why? Because it's getting to my head. It's driving me fucking crazy. CoreWeave, I mean, just the business of buying GPUs, plugging them in and renting them is, it's not easy to do. I couldn't do it, but it's hard for me to imagine that's the biggest company in the world, you know? And the market cap of CoreWeave is really high. Now, again, I'm not the expert in that business, so I know people who do it, but it's a very tedious business and it's not that profitable of a business. You know, it's not a cash gusher. But at the same time, you have this like weird dynamic. Have I been mixing up inventories? 5925 and vendor trade receivables? Non-trade receivables. Concerning. Highly concerning. Yeah, I think there is a planned obsolescence, right? I mean, that's part of being a data vendor. I'm sorry, a compute vendor. You're going to have machines go obsolete. That's natural. I don't think that's a big problem, right?
Tim, it's Buffett. Yeah, listen, Tim.
How do you think I could get through the line like that?
Tim, I'm calling for Tim Cook. It's Warren Buffett. Yeah, put him on the line. Yeah, Tim, calling from Omaha. What's up? Listen, that thing we've been talking about. Yeah, wire the money to this account, okay? Yeah, I need a bill. Okay? Yeah. Wire it over here. You know what I'm talking about. Just wire it. Give me the money. Need about $1 billion. Send over $1 billion to this crypto account, okay? Mr. Cook. Yeah. Yeah, put him on the line. Yeah. There's Warren Buffett from Berkshire Hathaway. I'm not playing with you, bitch. Put him on the line. Bring me a cherry Coke over, okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. Is Tim there? Yeah, I recently got into crypto. They need you to buy this shit coin. I mean, Berkshire coin. I just created it. It'd be great if Apple could support it and put it on Apple Pay. It's my dying wish. Yeah, bring Becky. Bring Becky. I like that ass. You know I tapped that ass. Showed her what Omaha's all about. Yeah, Munger had a coin too. Munger loved crypto. He was just talking shit. Man, the Apple buybacks are a little embarrassing, to be honest. But I guess, you know, we lived in a anti-merger world, so... Yo, what's up, man? How you feeling? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me know if I could do anything. It's funny how CapEx for Apple isn't growing at all. Tim Cook's just like, fuck all you guys. Buying all those GPUs. I ain't doing that shit. Fuck that. Charlie hit it first, and then I hit it second. I'm still pissed about that shit. Why Charlie get to hit it first? I'm Warren Buffett, not him. Asshole. We all tapped that ass, the whole board of directors. Whole board hit it. Yeah, I'm still short quantum. Nice and painful. I can look at Arcutus. We got a Becky quick buffet. I was just, yeah. It was great. I mean, Charlie make hell of a team. I don't know if Berkshire will drop or not when Warren Buffett passes away. But, you know, guy's an absolute legend. Best that ever did it. By far. I've had like 3 or 4 home runs and mostly biotech that Quantum is eaten up, but Quantum dropped from the top. I mean, we were short IonQ at 80 and Rigetti what Rigetti hit? Did Rigetti hit like almost 60? Wrong chart. Yeah, almost hit 60. I was ready to jump out the window. I made a
I made this post-it note, which I'm never going to have to use again. This marked the top. Put this post-it note right here. Bag holder. I tweeted it, and that was it. All I just had to do is accept defeat without changing my positions. But yeah, I had Spruce, I had Abivax, I had so many biotech winners. Immune, ATYR, nonstop W after W. And it just kept crushing me. And finally, I broken through. But maybe I'll give it all back again. We'll see if Quantum goes back to its old highs. If IonQ's at 80 and Rigetti hits 60 and D-Wave, God forbid, hits anything higher, you'll see me back to break even. It's happened many times. 3 times I hit, I think, triple digits back to zero. Worst, I was down 60%. I didn't hit Praxis. And I should have some home runs coming up, yeah. Should. We'll see. Leverage, nobody. And then having a stock that went up 10x. Spruce went up 10x. That was pretty sick. Well, like 8x. Well, price to sales is not relevant for biotech, because if you don't have revenue for your biotech, then what's the point? I don't know how sirolimus is going to really roll out for Sarepta. I think it's a little more complicated than that. I rarely use stops because I just don't trade that way. When I'll use stops for large cap stocks that I don't, have a good edge on. But if I have an edge, I don't really use stops. Or if I think I have an edge. Quantum's, largely not my whole portfolio, but yeah, it's a good majority of my portfolio. I don't think a majority of investors are bullish on Quantum. That's not how. Every stock is owned by somebody, right? So that's not the way I would look at it. Unless you can survey every investor, something. Well, yeah, my private portfolio is more or less the same shit. Slight variations, but nothing too crazy. Yeah, I think I'm going to Acfno Snack. I don't know anything about the Cassava momentum. I'm not really watching that. Cassava's kind of a dog shit stock. I don't know, the joke of the day, what I would do at that point, but I don't think it's going to happen. No, IBM doesn't have shit. There's no bond trading algorithm. That was all fake. Yeah, Mateo, I do. Quantum is rebounding as we speak. Well, that's why my portfolio is dropping. I was at 200K, now I'm at 170K. That's 400 to 300%. So I'll be in the 200s. Oh, I spent my whole life on it, 5879. Yeah, I have no decision on ZW, on RevMed, RVMD. But it's hard to say. Are there any publicly traded PBMs? I don't think so. Very excited for an OpenAI IPO. Oh yeah, did you see my shirt? Oh. Just a lot of experience, Reap. Yeah, well, it's not a trial exactly. I don't really, I mean, price target doesn't really, I don't even really know what that is. I mean, I think the company's worth a lot more than what it's trading at, but it's kind of a constantly moving kind of idea, depending on what the news is at any given moment. But I think it's pretty undervalued. Yeah, the HSBC thing was debunked as fake. Very fake. Sorry, live, I don't. Tysabri, maybe? London. I think London would be our European headquarters, but it could be in Germany. London's kind of dissipating. Oh, Frankfurt. That sucks, Joe. Try again later. Sounds like you got owned. I'm not sure what we need in Europe. Probably, at the very least, sales. Yeah, Poland's great. Wherever there's the most traders and hedge funds, and London has quite a lot of them. I don't know, need for speed, whatever makes you comfortable, I guess. Maybe joke, I don't know. Massive CapEx increase for Meta. Zuck was like, well, if we buy too many computers, if Meta buys too many computers, we'll just sell them. I mean, who gives a shit? Here at Meta, we're building the future. And the future is you're going to give me your money. Smoked meats are the future. Beyond Meat. Me and Bill Gates are investing in these smoked meats. I'm bullish on the stock that I said I was bullish on that would go to 300. I'm still bullish. I didn't change my mind. Yeah. In terms of, yeah, how do I have the temerity to deal with this, answering the same question every day? Sometimes I surprise myself. I've literally answered that question many times, Ek. No snack, so you're really getting on my nerves. That's the type of shit that makes me not want to stream anymore. Asking me the same question over and over and over again. No, I'm going to decrease my position as we get close to the binary event that I'm preparing months and months for. I want to exit. I don't want a spicy Discord. Why do I want to interact with hoes? Who wants to interact with them hoes? I'm on Thought Patrol. Fuck that. Fuck that. All you kids, you can have the hose now. I'm done. I'm done. I'm retired. I saw some hoes the other night. I was out with wifey and my son. I said, see, son? One day those hoes are for you. And he was crying. And the hoes are like, oh, he's so cute. I was like, son, that's what I'm telling you. Get ready for a lot of that. If Neg gets up enough, I'll short it. Is it up? I don't think Neg... Terrible ticker, by the way. Imagine, if the Beyond Meat people, the GameStop people have a name for themselves. What do you think the Neg community calls themselves? Beyond Meaters, you got the GameStoppers, you've got Open Door Army. MicroStrategists. So Apple's retaken the number 2 enterprise value from Mr. Softy. It's amazing Berkshire's not even top 10 biggest companies. Crazy, huh? And the top 7 are tech? Top 8, 9? Top 10, top 9 are tech. It's a Mag 9. The Nifty 9, Nvidia, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Broadcom, Meta, Tesla, and Taiwan Semi. Then you got some boring companies. 9 big tech. $5 trillion for Nvidia, $4 trillion for Apple, almost $4 trillion for Microsoft, $3.5 trillion for Alphabet, Google, $2.5 trillion for Amazon, almost $2 trillion for Broadcom, almost $2 trillion for Meta, $1.5 trillion for Tesla, $1.25 trillion for Taiwan Semi. Did I see a Bloomberg article about that? My brother, I live this. I know more about that stuff than the Bloomberg people do. I ain't reading no Bloomberg article. Come on, man. Who you think I am, man? Who do you think this is? It's Big Skrelly. Come on, baby. You know me. You know what I do. I'm a big dog. Roof. Roof. You don't have longs on any AI stocks. That is not the right grammar. How many times do I have to teach you guys? If you want to ask that question, are you long on any AI stocks? Are you long any AI? Would it be the right way to say that? No, I'm blocked from seeing Shai's tweets. He's banned me from his Twitter. Don't know what I'm gonna do without that insight. Blocked. Take that. That was a little rough. I was a little mad. I like that he was Googling during or chatting with ChatGPT, trying to learn about the sector he liked. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? Come on, man. Just admit you like the word quantum. Just admit it. It's a cool ass word, man. I'm gonna give you that. Don't sit here acting you're like Einstein, bro. Come on. I'm not either. Do a little bit. You gotta do a little bit of work, bro. Tiny bit. Just a little. Please read on. We're short capper. That's about all I got to say about that. Wow, look at BTQ. Well, look at Lay's, though. CLSQ. What a fake fucking company. What a garbage company. Yeah, Broadcom has no property, plant, and equipment. So is Broadcom just going to TSM? They designed the chip. They're fabless. We were saying in my Discord called Quidless for the Brits. What's your confidence level in copper not working? I mean, spend 5 minutes of diligence on it yourself. You tell me. Opt and Oman, I think, are the same mnemonic. Yeah. Just Oman is the Bloomberg version, so. But it's the same thing. But some people remember Oman from like Bloomberg, so it's backwards compatible. Man, this chart for Getty. What does this chart say, guys? What do you read into this? Triple top right here. Quadruple top. And then the hammer drops. Bam. That's a head and shoulders if I've ever fucking seen one. Am I right or am I right? Is that a head and shoulders? Is that not head and shoulders? Tell me that ain't no head and shoulders, man. It's a weird head and shoulders, too. It's supposed to be breaking down, but it's not. Camel? You get the camel pattern? I don't even know what it is. A delayed head and shoulders? Rising doji. Head and shoulders, no dandruff. No dandruff. Is it a head and shoulders? I don't know. I don't think so, because the second shoulder doesn't look so... It's like a... I guess it is a head and shoulder. Shampoo. It's all about shampoo. Oh, Navan is public. Navan. I wonder about Broadcom, man. I'd rather buy Taiwan Semi. Maybe long Taiwan Semi, short Broadcom. Try not to, Teddy, but occasionally. If it's biopharma, I'll look, but I won't look if it's not biopharma. That's the space I know well. What just happened here? Damn. Haven't tried Grokpedia yet. Google's not even rising. Oh. What is this that happened here? Yeah, Reuters is used. I mean, Reuters is now called LSEG Workspace. So it's not really Reuters anymore. Reuters is just sort of a news pure play now. I don't know who some of these people are, Reefs. Don't know that name. Yeah, we should do that. Sounds like a really good idea. Give me a moment. Come on, I need Quantum to burn. Burn, shorty, burn. Make sure you check out GoodLTerminal.com. $83 million of users have connected their brokerages. That's really cool. Thank you guys for your support. All-time high new user growth. We're just crushing it, man. We're just crushing it. Yeah, so I guess if I had to pick which of these stocks I like or don't like, this is tricky. I definitely think the worst is Apple. Well, Apple is definitely one of the worst, I'll say that. Apple's a tricky one. I probably don't understand it enough. But yeah, the fact that they're not investing very much in AI is kind of interesting. Yeah, it's kind of the Apple way in some ways. It's sort of also consensus kind of hated stock. It's kind of like what Google was like 6 months ago. I kind of dislike Avago or Broadcom. A little bit bearish maybe there. Let me see Amazon. Amazon's actually pretty good, I think. Even though they kind of dropped the ball on GPUs a little. Being a good GPU cloud. Or maybe NVIDIA didn't want them to be a good cloud. Google's probably one of the trickiest ones. It's probably fine. Microsoft's also extremely tricky. NVIDIA is also very tricky. I'd probably say I liked NVIDIA the most. Just because they have this like insatiable demand. Tesla's one of the hardest. So you have no idea what to expect with Elon. He's just like a superhero comic, character. You don't know if he keeps you hanging, you don't know if it's all going to fall apart or he rides in at the end as a hero. He seems to always figure it out. There's not much of an update on Quantum. Definitely doing some investigating into some interesting new papers, but nothing too exciting. Just waiting for the next quarter. I'm just going by largest market caps in the world. This isn't a portfolio that I have. This is literally the world's largest market caps. Yeah. So yeah, with Optimus, it's hard to trust Optimus, man. I mean, I think he's going to pull through in the end. Teslas are great cars, man. They're really great cars. I don't know, common sense. They're all like created somewhat differently, right? Like, I feel like QUBT and QBTS are going to be more sensitive to earnings than Rigetti and IonQ. But I don't know. Tesla Energy? I think most people are excited about Robotaxi and Optimus. Hard to bet against Elon, but I don't know. I would just say neutral. I'd be diplomatic. But yeah, let me fill out some of my Tesla. I didn't do a good job of these. I think some bulls for Quantum will assume that they're going to get results someday, right? I mean, if it doesn't happen anytime soon, then they're going to get, kind of despondent. It may take more quarters, but if they say things like, well, if they say we're going to have 1,000 qubits next month, that's bullish. But if they say, well, we might have 100 qubits next month, IonQ still has only released 39 qubits. So, like, when the hell is the next machine out? And how many qubits is it going to be? And if they say it's only 100, then a big fucking deal. IBM's had 150 for last year. Maybe longer. I should make a list of that. Yeah, energy has been going up for Tesla and services. So is this record revenue for Tesla? You listen to all the people on Twitter, you think that Tesla's stopped growing. But is that record revenue? Record vehicle deliveries, record revenue, and record free cash flow. Yeah, no need to. Those guys are acting like Tesla's, dropping quite a lot. Haters. You's a motherfucking hater. Self-driving, in addition to it's a great car. Optimus, Megapack 3. Yeah, I mean they're running the business just fine. I thought the sky was falling the way the shorts are fucking talking. Well, you don't need a reason to short a stock. It could just be very overvalued. You know, if somebody said, you want to buy this $100 bill for $1 million, would you say yes? Because you need a reason? Sometimes things are just expensive. You say, no thank you. Kiss my ass. Tesla also has like no debt. They could easily take on debt. Then a lot of the other companies are taking on debt to buy GPUs. Elon's PP&E, he's not buying many GPUs. So I wonder when Elon becomes a big capex. He's really not buying much of any. He's bought, at least on Tesla, and XAI I think he is, but Tesla's added $3 billion in capex, and that can't even be half GPUs, I don't think. $79, $970, $687. This is Tesla. I'm just updating. Nothing too heavy. Well, XAI is its own company, so it's not a spin. They can't spin it out. It's property of XAI. It's a different company. Yeah, it's a good question, Brandon. There's a lot of law on that, so there's a proper way to do it. Proper. It's a proper way. It's proper. For the Brits in the house. It's fucking proper. Proper brother stuff. Proper baby stuff. I always joke that my baby's British. Because he's, I always joke that he's a British rock star. And he's drunk on milk all the time. He's just got bottles of milk lying around. Were you on the sauce again? You're supposed to go on in 2 hours. Here you are wasted. Passed out. Milk everywhere. Get it together, bruv. Yeah, catalysts are kind of fake idea if you think about it. Someone answer? I think somebody knocked on the door. Yeah, catalysts are kind of like this fictitious idea that the market will decide or create, like, who was it? Ghosts? Oh, really? Bastard. Fucking everybody up. Listen, bro. Well, I would say I like Godel Terminal because gives me access to things that I can't get in any other system. And it really understands that Wall Street is a social place. So if I want to look up other people on the buy side or sell side, I can do that on Godel. Or it just feels like those other systems don't, like, they're made for people who live in a basement and don't talk to Wall Street. And that's not me. I don't want to be a loser. So that's why I use Godel. Try it now for free. I feel like a lot of these systems are not even made for people who trade. Because, like, if you look at news, a lot of these systems don't really have the right news all the time. It's frustrating. I want as much news per ticker as possible. I don't want to guess as to whether or not my system has news or not. I'll pay for the certainty. I need it to have every news wire. Because what happens if I miss the news? I can't trade like that. It's frustrating. Pick up the phone. Call now. 1-800-GODEL. I don't even need news, man. News is gay. I close all my positions before 4 o'clock. Fuck the news. I need my news feeds to be customizable. If I want Hindi news, I should be able to get that. If I want news in German, my whole feed should be German. I can do that with Godel. I can't do that with any other system. Tesla's pretty expensive. I ain't gonna lie, Tesla's a little expensive. Godel's it's a professional platform made by professionals. A lot of the other platforms out there You can just tell they're not made by people that actually trade. You know, I want something that's made for professional Wall Street people, not for retail, designed with retail in mind. I want the things that Wall Street uses to make decisions. That's why I use Godel. Don't treat me like a baby, you know? I've got a lot of money and I want the best tool possible. Bloomberg won't even take my call. And I know that the other tools out there are just made for people with tiny amounts of money. If I'm a sophisticated investor, then I need sophisticated tools. Well, Bloomberg's $25,000 a year, and it has the same command line system as Godel. It's backwards compatible. But I don't want to pay $25,000 a year and lock myself in for 2 years. That's why I turned to Godel. It's a much better solution. I don't know why they named it Godel. It's some mathematician guy, I think. But I don't really worry about all that. Probably some dorks from Jane Street. Bloomberg has the worst emotes. Bloomberg looks like it was made in 1983. Oh, wait. It was. Girdle. Pascal's is my next company, probably. Or Euler. Or Galois. Or Cauchy. Or Legendre. Or Erdish. Erdish. Baggy. One of our devs was like, I don't know how to short anything. Look at all these worthless companies. Most companies are worthless. That's the thing nobody gets. Laplace. Fauci. Fauci LLC. Named after the greatest doctor of all time. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what a good bag holder costume would look like. Beyond Meat, Open Door, GameStop. Like you'd have to put in everything. A little bit of everything. Yeah, Bloomberg is a bit of a mess. Yeah, do they? I mean, they have docs, kind of. But yeah, the API is like, they don't want you to use the API. The API is like a demo for you to buy more API from them. And it's like not even a big business for them. It's just let people use it. It's so stupid. Yeah.
Drug pharmacy dude,
Scully?
Martin. What's his name?
Mark Scully.
Scully. Yeah, it's a mess. We're gonna make an API product at some point soon. But you know, to your point, I mean, if you're gonna do it, you got to do it right. And yeah, I mean, we use APIs from a lot of the main players, and it's not a lot better anywhere else. I gotta say, it's not really designed for developers, like in the modern kind of stack. It's sort of designed like for the old enterprise kind of thing. New philosophy of like having always updated docs, like you got developer relations, shit like that. You know, what they do in SF, they're not doing here in New York. And that's an opportunity. What's INTS? I never heard of it. Yeah, they want to sell bQuant, which is, you know, this, you know, basically Jupyter Notebook thing. Not all quants use Jupyter Notebooks, by the way. And there are other issues, yeah. I mean, how do you get compute? I mean, it's another problem. You don't want Bloomberg provisioning your freaking compute. Yeah, I never heard of them, sorry. Oh, you liked it? Thanks, Z-Dopes. Amycretin as the wonder drug for obesity? What? Who said that? Is that your opinion? That's your opinion, right? I think GLP is the wonder drug for obesity. I don't think anybody thinks. Semaglutide, baby. Tirzepatide. The fuck you talking about? Talking some bullshit. Yeah, Retatrutide, you know, we'll have to see. I don't know much about Inhibi. We'll see. It's too early. Yeah, it's gonna, yeah. Yeah, it's a salmon one. Oh, wow. That's great, Kaiser. Yeah, I didn't check it out. That's awesome. That's huge. Love it. That brings a smile to my face. I'm so tired. You guys care if I take a nap? I need a better diet or something. I don't care for cars. I'm not really a car guy. I have much more interest in weed. I stay high every day, basically. I don't know if you guys knew that, but it's true. Smoke a lot of weed. The Veeds. Basically every day. Now that I have this baby, it's really stressful, so I smoke him up too. Smoke and blow the weed smoke in his face, get him used to it, you know what I mean? He catching a contact. Not my fault, he in the room. Fuck, I didn't have the baby. He showed up one day. Smoke every day. You don't like it? Fuck you. Start him young. That's how I get the patience, man. Otherwise, I couldn't deal with this bullshit. Smart, right? Get him used to that shit. That's why I got Galaxy Gas under my desk. Just in case I gotta take a quick hit. GG. GG and Twin. They call me Unk at work. I don't know why, what that means. Unk. Unk. Fuck you mean, Unk? You smart. If I study high and then take the test high, I'll get the high score. I like that. No, I've never taken creatine. Maybe I should. I just have such low energy. But you know what it is? I don't get vitamin B or vitamin D or iron. So those are the three things you kind of need. This thing is vitamin B. Yeah, 80% vitamin B12 and B6. Sunglasses. I used to go high to school. I didn't give a fuck. The fuck they gonna say? You high? I'm gonna say no. What the fuck you talking about high? I didn't get no sleep last night. I was studying too hard. Now if you'll excuse me, I got to get high. What are you gonna do? Kick me out of school? A lot of people wonder, Skrelly, why didn't you get a PhD? Why didn't you get a medical degree? Now you know the reason. Now you know the reason. I know, but too much red meat is terrible for you, but not getting iron is terrible for you. God damn it. What do I do? Amylin's been around a long time. Amylin's not that strong. There's a company called Amylin and a drug called Simlin. You might want to look into it. Obliterated. I can't fucking think straight, bro. That's what I need. How am I supposed to do this calculus? I can't. Man, teacher, I can't do this calculus right now, man. Come on, man. I'm fucking high as shit. High as shit. Fuck you mean derivative? No, I was kind of a bad student in high school just because I was upset with life. Bro, you're not black. Okay, yeah, I actually have come to terms with that. I will admit it. I admit it. That's true. Then why speak Ebonics? Well, I don't know. Look, man, I'm from New York. We do things a little differently over here. You know, you ever talk to a guy with a New York accent and he's, you know, it's like, why you talk like that? New York. Same thing. Guys in Boston talk differently too. We just all talk a little differently, all right? Just Albanian at the end of the day. Yeah, it's not somebody's natural voice. You know, they adopt that voice for whatever reason. Guys in jail the same way. Take on these crazy tones like, you know that's not your natural voice, but you've adopted a character. And part of my job on stream here is to adopt a character so that you are entertained and you pay me money. Understand? Good. Now make with the money. Or else. How do people in San Francisco talk? Well, that's an orthogonal point of view. It's not clear that it's relevant to the discussion at hand. This conversation hasn't found PMF yet. And I'm going to have to get back to you. It's Sam Altman. AGI is coming. Can't do a vocal fry. I think AGI is going to be here soon, but my voice is giving out before then. Seriously, it's a really big problem I have. Yeah, I was gonna do some stand-up. I actually rented out Webster Hall, which is like a mid-sized event space here in New York. I was gonna sell tickets. It was going to be more like not like a comedy thing really, but like, just a show basically. It's like Jordan Peterson goes on tour. I can go on tour. I'm smarter than Jordan Peterson. And yeah, basically Webster Hall like shut down first they rented it to me and then they're like, yeah, no, we can't do this. We're going to refund you this. We're getting a lot of complaints already. Man, fuck you. Why does that say Q1? get my comp sheet right. Comp sheet stands for comparables. Now you know. For the future. Okay, so Walmart really is 37 times earnings. Like, WTF. Walmart's not growing, bro. What the fuck market is this? What market are we in that Walmart's 37 times? Come on, man. I feel like Joe Biden. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's Joe Biden. Come on, man. Come on. What is this? What's that? So what are we doing here? Yeah, I don't know, man. Google's at 25 times and is growing. Walmart's at 37 times. It's not growing. If I'm going to buy something that's not growing, give me some Berkshire. Give me some Berkshire Hathaway. Or like freaking Taiwan Semi at 19 times. Meta at 22 times. Meta's got, you know, a decent strategy for AI, even if they're a little behind, I guess. Yeah, I like Amazon. The reason I like Amazon is Amazon's earnings are obscured. Like, Amazon could be twice as profitable. So it's really trading at like 15 times and growing. But they hide, that was Bezos' move, man. They hide a lot of their earnings. Microsoft does that too. But I think Amazon hides more. They spend money on things that they believe are good returns, but they double as earnings, extra spending, so they can reduce that spending when the time comes. Sometimes called earnings smoothing. Microsoft did a lot of this. You could smooth revenue too if you really wanted. I wouldn't suggest it. That's a fast ticket to jail. Yeah, I like Meta. Shout out to Zintani. Right? You don't want to do too much earnings smoothing.
How funny was Satya last night? A fleet of fungible GPUs. That's a pretty big position, Jibber. Thanks, man. It's very important that our cloud fleet is fungible. And Microsoft takes the lead in fungible fleet GPUs. Yeah, something like 5-10% is good. You know, you shouldn't lose sleep on it. If you're losing sleep on it, your position's too big. Meanwhile, Abivax, 105 almost. Let's go. I'm voting for Mamdani, yes. That's right. Why wouldn't I?
Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar!
Sorry. Not bad, guys. My bad. Comrades. I think AOC introduced him on the stage as Comrade. Just like, excuse me? What you say? Comrade? You know my parents fled communist Albania to come here to New York, and now you're talking Comrade? Are you fucking nuts? Yeah, sorry. That one's always a little louder than expected. But, you know, you should be awakened to the possibility of... Go back to Albania, or wherever you came from, you fuck. You're not being inclusive right now. You have to be inclusive. Even to terrorists, you have to be inclusive. If you're not inclusive, that's a problem. We're gonna cancel you. Excuse me, you're not being inclusive to the terrorists' needs. I'm a queer Muslim. And I know what I'm talking about, and you don't. Albanians are really people of color at the end of the day. No, Albanians are pretty white. Pretty much. How does Visa grow, man? Visa's got the only company with 98% gross margins. 70% operating margin. They don't even fucking try to obscure earnings. How could they? They couldn't do it if they wanted to. They spend more on their audit than they spend running their service. Yeah, I love Dasha. It's like the greatest business ever. Yeah, they are power addicts. I agree. That's really a really good way to put it. And I think, like, next time I get to really give them a piece of my mind, that's what I'm going to mention. That, like, you guys think I'm addicted to capitalism and wealth. Well, you guys are addicted to power. Like, you'll say whatever it takes to be in power. You just want to be in charge of shit. Probably because you're some nerd in high school, never got to be in charge of shit. So now you're like, no, I'm in charge. Hall monitor. We do need more monopolies. We actually don't have any monopolies. I don't know if you understand this, but like very few companies get to last that long. It's a very competitive world out there. On top today, gone tomorrow. Tax me harder, Mom Donnie. The biggest company in the world didn't exist 20 years ago. What kind of fucking monopoly is that? Literally the biggest, here are the biggest companies in the world. This one, let's see how old they are. $32 years old, 50 years old for Apple and Microsoft, 27 years old for Google, 31 years old for Amazon, 34 years old for Broadcom, only 21 years old for Meta, 22 years old for Tesla, 38 for Taiwan Semi. All these companies are fucking brand new. 63 for Walmart, 60 for Berkshire, 67 for Visa. Visa's a monopoly, but Visa will, U.S. Steel is almost went bankrupt. Certainly not a monopoly. Foreign companies beat them to shreds. JP Morgan, now, JP Morgan's an interesting story because it only became a big bank recently. Eli Lilly, same thing, 150 years old, but only became a big pharma, the biggest pharma recently, through competitive success, not through monopolism. Tencent, brand new company practically. Oracle, 50 years old. And these are founder-led. If it's within 50 years old and it's founder-led, you know, that means the boss who started it is just really good at capitalism. Netflix, 28 years old. MasterCard, 59 years old. Okay, here's the next one's 18 and 19th. Literally OpenAI. How could you be a monopoly when you just started your company? It's 10 years old. Literally 10 years old. Think how crazy that is. 10 years old. Deutsche Bank was never the biggest bank. SpaceX, 23 years old. They just started the thing. Costco, 42 years old. Okay, Procter & Gamble, 188 years old. Procter is a consumer products company. You could argue it's a monopoly. There's one out of these top 21 companies, I would say, is somewhat monopolistic. No, but the point is, monopolies theoretically are the most valuable companies. The most valuable companies is not a monopoly in sight. Okay, here's one Johnson & Johnson, but again, did not become a huge company until somewhat recently. SAP, relatively new company. Home Depot, relatively new. Abbott Labs, been around forever. But again, never was really a gigantic company until they grew recently. Alibaba, brand new fucking company, basically. 26 years old. Coca-Cola, large, successful company, but certainly not a monopoly. I mean, you can drink whatever soda you feel like. No luxury company is a monopoly, even though Hermes was founded 200 years ago. It ain't no monopoly. Now, United Health, that's somewhat monopolistic. Telecom companies are somewhat monopolistic in the sense that they're, they have key infrastructure. Palantir, practically brand new. Samsung, again, family-led. LVMH, not a monopoly. You don't have to drink Hennessy. Novo Nordisk, had, I wouldn't say monopoly in insulin, but, they had a strong position in insulin for a long time. How about Quichao? Quichao Mutai. I think it's almost a brand new company. Okay, Philip Morris, bit of a monopoly. But, tobacco's not actually hard to grow, but, a bit of a monopoly. ASML, brand new company. Salesforce, brand new company. Nestle, old company. Bit of a monopoly there. I'll hand it to them. Toyota, unbelievably successful company. Not a new company, but the best car company, in many ways, in terms of their operating. Roche, old company, but only successful recently thanks to their brilliant acquisition of Genentech. I think, you're not wrong about the tobacco companies, but in a lot of ways, I mean, I guess you can't start a new tobacco company. So that sort of becomes a de facto monopoly. And then again, the telecom companies are kind of have to be monopolies in a way. But yeah, nothing where you have a big consumer choice like McDonald's isn't a monopoly. You don't have to eat at McDonald's. Cisco, still relatively new company. Here's a good one, actually. L'Oreal. In a lot of ways, L'Oreal is a monopoly. You don't have to use their makeup, but women have to use some makeup. At least that's sort of the civilization standards. And, there really aren't too many makeup companies, and they buy a lot of other makeup companies. IBM has changed their business so many times, it's hard to call them a monopoly. Lindy is a complicated story, so you could argue. Reliance. GE, very tough one to parse there. Merck, certainly not a monopoly because it was founded, U.S. Merck was founded relatively recently. The original Merck was founded, a long, long time ago. So you could argue that. Certainly not. No drug company is a monopoly. You're only as good as your last drug you make. AT&T is probably the one true monopoly that ever existed, if you had to pick one. Yeah, some of these companies are brand new. ServiceNow is as valuable as American Express. Think about how crazy that is. Yeah, I don't have energy companies in here. Obviously, some of the energy companies have monopolistic features for sure. But I think the illustration here is that, innovation seems to be more important than anything. Verizon, is sort of original AT&T, so you actually can put down a lot of companies as coming from the original AT&T. But even Intel, Deutsche was probably founded well before that, and Goldman didn't become a major player until, well, it's a long story. Intuit was also founder-led for a long time. Goldman basically, Mr. Goldman and Mr. Sachs actually failed the company until 1930. It was kind of bought out by Sidney Weinberg, I believe. Well, USPS is a government company. It's not a monopoly. It's literally government service. It's not a corporation, really. Xiaomi is super impressive. Xiaomi's 15 years old. It's the youngest company on this list. Actually, OpenAI at 10 years old. The average age of these companies is 83 years old. But Xiaomi and OpenAI, 10 and 15 years old. Well, they've made themselves into monopoly in many ways. Uber just 16 years old. Raytheon, that's kind of a monopoly. Raytheon, Boeing, guys like that. Disney, in a lot of ways, is monopolistic. Yeah, Xiaomi, very impressive company. But it's also kind of what happens when the CCP is helping you out. Palantir super young, yeah. BYD, pretty young company itself. But most of the really valuable companies, they're pretty much brand new. Yeah, exactly. There's always new upstarts that want to come in and hand the old company, a nice dose of competition. Yeah, Epic is a good one. Private company, obviously, but yeah. S&P Global, 160 years old. I think you could probably put them in that category a bit, but they compete very, very tough competition. Yeah, there's some old companies, like the older, Bayer is one of the oldest companies in the world, and it's not too high on the list. So age doesn't always help you. This is a crazy one. Contemporary Empirics, 14 years old. That's called cattle sometimes. The battery company. And then Pinduoduo, I think one of the youngest here, just 10 years old. Pinduoduo worth 140 billion. Yeah, the Monsanto deal really fucked things up for them, huh? Average great company was founded in 1948. This is the top, top almost 100 companies. I'm just short quantum is most of my portfolio. Then I like Spruce, Cassava. I mean, wait, not Cassava. Sarepta. Apivax. Capricorn short. Yeah, it's Lena Constrat right there. I don't know, Randy. Worse from what perspective? Technology-wise, I'd probably agree. But D-Wave's pretty bad, man. I'd almost rather take QUBT starting from scratch than what D-Wave has. D-Wave probably will buy a gate-based computing company. That might be a one way their stock can rally. Clipped. Yeah, Abivax might be starting to get up there, right? I'm not sure on Summit, man. Summit's a really hard one. It's probably priced appropriately. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, D-Wave's commercialization's not going so good. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's really early stage. It's actually quite late stage. It's just not well known and might take some time for people to realize the value. I mean, you can't force the stock market to do your bidding. I mean, you got to be patient. But some of you, you're not going to make it. For real, for real. That's okay. More money for me. I can be patient. I'm not going anywhere. And with my new kid, Torque, I'm really not going anywhere. Oh yeah, where's the public Zoom call? Is that today? Advantage 2. Did we miss it? Did you listen? Yeah, my kid's named Torque, so what?
You mean you're not a fan of the neo-Brandeisian school of antitrust? Listen, there's no sector that's good to invest in. That never makes sense to me, and it shouldn't make sense to you. Thematic investing is for idiots. Buy stocks that are attractive. Because in the end, the trend goes away, then you're left with something. Do you want to own that something or not? You can't know when the trend's going to start or stop either. All right, look at JP Morgan. SPY down 70 bips. Quantum mixed. Nvidia down a bit. That's so funny, William. Should I get the link? Is it on D-Wave's website? Let's do that. You cannot register for this webinar. This webinar has ended. Oh well. Can you give us the Cliff Notes? My Tesla jacket.
I wish I could stop the rain. I don't know the payment processors. Stock's falling here a little bit. Minister. I'm friends with the Extropic guys. Thanks. Oh. Mojax. Oh, I see. Fuck. I may have fucked this up. Oh no.
Top news alert. U.S. stocks, S&P 500, NASDAQ fall as Meta, Microsoft drag along with Fed rate concerns.
Look at MicroStrategy. Yeah, QUBT and IonQ are. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't think they still hold that kiosk. That's a long time ago. Top is in? Top is in? Yes, I'm in Spruce. Are you? Are you the guy that asks me about it every day? Yeah, I bought it at like 30, but I bought a bunch at 160 and all the way down to I bought some yesterday. What price? None of your business. when did you run my portfolio? You work for me. I don't know what to make of RVMD, honestly. AI startup poolside getting $1 billion from Nvidia, big deal. We'll see how that goes. Nvidia's
L&T important deadline. Rosen, a leading national firm, encourages Lantheus Holdings Inquis investors to secure counsel before important November 10th deadline in securities class action L&T.
think Beyond Meat's worth nothing, right? Why wouldn't Beyond Meat worth anything? I think I've done that a few times. Random guy's name that I can't pronounce. Yeah, I think I can get 500 out of SBET. Be right back.
Investor focus shifts to late-stage development, and biotech expert says
What's up? What's up? Not my portfolio. What the fuck, man? And I'm short. Short everything, and quantum's the only thing that's up. Well, three are the quantums. 3 of the 7 quantum stocks.
Cytokinetics Incorporated securities fraud class action
Up for no
lawsuit
reason.
pending. Contact the Gross Law Firm before November 17th, 2025 to discuss your rights. CYTK.
I'm having a bad day. What do we got tonight? Amazon and Apple? I think so. Wow, Rigetti. Retard strength indeed. Chipotle. Yeah, you just gotta be patient. Don't let them fucking shake you out. It'll change, it'll change. Just trimming some hedges. More figuratively. I'm shorting lays. I'm reducing some other positions, shorting some lays. A little rotation. Oh, no big deal. LAES. Maybe I'll buy some Rigetti puts too. Nice bounce there. I do both. I buy puts and I short. Why'd you say instead? Why would you say that? You can't see my portfolio. Why would you say instead? So weird. He didn't look at. I don't know what INTS even is. Never heard of it. Top is in. Top is in. I show it. Rigetti. Rigetti spaghetti. Load me up on some puts, boys. I'm not scared. For though I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no quantum. I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your margin and your cash, they comfort me. He restores my buying power. The bank. The prime is my bank. I shall not want. They make me cover my shorts. They lead me to ruin. They restore my buying power. They guide me through the path of short selling for the sake of JP Morgan. And even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of shorts, I will fear no quantum, for Jamie is with me. Your loans and your cash, they comfort me. The baggy prayer. No blasphemy. Sorry. Let's get ready. Apple. Here's Apple. Robinhood. Is Amazon out? Is Amazon out? Oh, shit. Amazon just went green.
Sangamo Therapeutics announces third quarter 2025 earnings call. Travere Therapeutics reports third quarter 2025 financial results.
Amazon's out. Trading up at first blush here. Revenue expectations are 1779. Barely beat with 180. I mean, we'll take it. AWS reaccelerating.
Leaf-Travere Therapeutics Q3 EPS USD 028.
Guidance 206 to 213. Yeah, it just brackets the street. Numbers not that good. Earnings have been tough to nail down. But yeah, I guess maybe, there's a fear for Amazon to do worse, and it was pretty cheap going in. Gilead is out.
Travere Therapeutics reports 155% surge in Filspari sales for Q3 25.
No, I wouldn't short Amazon. I thought it was one of the better Max Evans earlier, if you missed that. All eyes on Apple. Yeah, Amazon's going to cut costs. I don't know much about Reddit. Last I looked, it looked fine. I mean, actually looked like a long, if I recall.
Earnings flash TX Treasury Therapeutics Inc. posts Q3 adjusted EPS $0.59 per share. Amazon forecasts quarterly revenue largely below estimates.
That is wild, Chris. I wonder if it's because they started small and grew? I have to kick them out from IWM into another index. Possibly.
Lumen posts smaller loss as AI boom fuels connectivity demand. Alchemy announces third quarter 2025 financial results.
Yeah, Amazon up a lot.
Dynagas LNG Partners LP announces cash distribution for the quarter ended September 30th, 2025 of $0.05.
Atlassian is out. Zillow.
Western Digital reports fiscal first quarter 2026 financial results. Update 2, Vance warns of aviation disaster if shutdown does not end. Owings & Minor reports third quarter 2025 financial results.
El Pollo Loco.
El Pollo Loco Holdings Inc. announces third quarter 2025 financial results. KNB Financial Corporation reports third quarter 2025 results. Floor & Decor Holdings Inc. announces third quarter fiscal 2025 financial results. Fossil Group Inc. announces date for third quarter 2025 earnings release and conference call. Brief Hub Group Q3 EPS USD 0.47 versus IBES estimate USD 0.51. Brief ICF International Q3 EPS USD 1.28. Treasury Therapeutics Inc. 8K disclosing results of operations and financial condition.
GoDaddy.
Brief Roku
Reddit.
Q3
Reddit
revenue USD 1,211 million. V's IBES estimate USD 1,206 million.
585 for Reddit.
A P-Top Business News at
Street was at
4:03 p.m.
549.
EDT.
Big beat, but probably expected. Next quarter, modestly above. Yeah, good numbers from Reddit. You know, it's very
Asian
expensive
business
stock,
headlines at
so don't know
8:04
if it's
p.m.
gonna
GMT.
Go crazy or not. Let's see.
Moody's Ratings assigns ratings to 5 classes of notes issued by Anchorage Credit Funding 19 Limited.
Reddit all over the place. Coinbase is out.
Brief Coinbase Q3 revenue USA 1,793 million. V's IBES estimate USD 1,065 million. Warehouse club operator PriceSmart Q4 revenue beats estimates on higher sales volume. Crypto exchange Coinbase profit rises on trading structure.
Amazon coming in a little bit. Reddit now down.
Media Millennium raising $5 billion to target private market bets. Bloomberg News.
Millennium raising $5 billion to do privates. Wow. Reddit now down 3%. The guidance was good. Beat was good, but you know, high expectations there for Reddit at $200.
Semiconductor firm Monolithic Power Q3 revenue beats estimates helped by growth in automotive segment.
Amazon coming in a little bit more now, only up 5%. Reddit now down 7 or 8%. Probably an overreaction, but again, given the priciness of Reddit, maybe not.
Corrected breaking views obesity feeding frenzy risks queasy
Jump
outcome.
in, play Captain Save a Ho with Reddit down 10% almost.
Lumen Technologies beats Q3 revenue estimates. Alpine Bank's Q3 profit rises on higher interest income. Westwood Holdings Group Inc. reports third quarter 2025 results.
Netflix doing a 10 for 1.
Live markets U.S. stocks spooked by AI spending concerns, Powell's hawkish tone. Analysis Novo Nordisk changes tack with bold rate on Pfizer obesity deal. Weave Communications Q3 revenue beats estimate.
Yeah, some people are saying...
Brief Park Hotels and Resorts Q3 adjusted FLO per share USD 0.35.
Some people are saying Quantum was a pod blowing up.
Update 7, Trump tells Pentagon to immediately resume testing U.S. nuclear weapons.
Someone maybe was short. D-Wave.
Corrected update, 1 Novo Nordisk hijacks Pfizer with bid for U.S. biotech Metsera.
And jumped in there. Reddit now down 12%. A high expectation stock you can beat and raise and still have problems. Spruce is not doing an offering, to be clear. That is a shelf, not an offering. $300 million offering is bigger than their entire
Safer's Q3 net
market
loss
cap.
widens on restructuring charges.
Coinbase also down 5%.
Credit acceptance Q3 earnings snapshot. Gilead Q3 earnings snapshot.
What are you talking about? Reddit is down 12% today. It's down 5% after hours and was down 7% earlier. Zach. Poor Zach.
Update 4-EBAY's holiday quarter profit forecast disappoints. Shares fall nearly 9%.
Yeah, they're not raising money. I mean, that's just a shelf filing. So they can raise money some other day. You're not losing money, but I think you should honestly quit investing. It's just not for you. Clearly, something you're probably not gonna be
Monolithic
good at.
Q3 earnings snapshot.
Got to be patient.
Assure Software beats Q3 revenue estimates.
I mean, it's good to have the shelf out there. I mean, if you get FDA approval and you want to tap it, it's good to have it. And I think you can still take down more of it. I mean,
SkyWest Q3 revenue rises on higher fleet utilization.
They just raised, so they're not raising again.
First Business Bank's Q3 net income rises on loan growth.
Awkward.
Standex Q1 sales beat expectations on new product launches. First Solar Q3 earnings snapshot.
All right, here we go.
Breakview Holdings, Inc. announces fourth quarter and fiscal year 2025 earnings release date conference call and webcast.
I don't see anything on the tape yet.
Stratec first quarter fiscal 2026 financial results validate operational improvements.
Is Apple one of these companies that uses their website?
Certara expands biosimulation market with AI-driven FLAD. Arthur J. Gallagher & Co. announces third quarter 2025 financial results. Healthcare Reality reports third quarter 2025 results.
This is Apple's Q4.
Brief Erie Indemnity Q3 EPS USD 3.5. Brief Invesco Mortgage Capital Q3 net income USD 50.2 million. Informa Tech target to participate in upcoming investor conferences.
Reddit coming back, only down 7%. Cloudflare up 4%.
Amazon Q3 earnings snapshot.
Coinbase flat.
Reddit Q3 profit beats expectations driven by healthy margins. Brief Dash Capstone Cupper Q3 revenue USD 598.4 million, VSI BES estimate USD 555.8 million. Western Digital beats Q1 revenue estimates. Hanover Bancorp Bank reports results for the quarter ended September 30th. Earnings summary.
Maybe Apple at 420. Yep.
Justice Department strips January 6 references from court paper and punishes prosecutors who filed it.
Intel to buy the chip company nobody wants, Sambanova.
Update one Ford to make new engines in India with $370 million investment. Bloomberg News reports.
Down 3 or 4% now. What do you think AOC is going to do when she's done with politics? She's going to work for me.
Biotech drug developer Ardlex's Q3 product revenue rises 15%. Cincinnati City of Ohio, Moody's Ratings assigns AA2 and AA3 to Cincinnati OHESCO and NTR bonds.
Yeah, Liam, tell me about it. She's a good person. You think so?
Palestinian militants hand over 2 sets of remains of hostages to Red Cross in Gaza.
I'm not sure, Squeege. I've traded a bunch of it. I've made a lot, though. I have some at like 165 in one account. Pretty cringe.
Digimark Q3 earnings snapshot. Alpha Tech beats Q3 revenue expectations, raises full-year revenue guidance.
Reddit almost flat here.
Minnow named Kids First streaming partner for 5 and 2 Studios, The Chosen Adventures. Logistics provider Hub Group's Q3 revenue beats estimates. Voya Financial increases common dividend and declares preferred stock dividend. Update 6 China stocks down as Trump seed trade deal yields few surprises. Brief Bright Horizons Family Solutions Q3 adjusted EPS USD 1.57 versus IBES estimate USD 1.32. U.S. Treasury Chief says China has approved TikTok transfer deal. Update 3 Dutch centrists yet and confident of forming government after far right's election setback. Motorola at Q3 earnings snapshot.
Yeah.
Cardiac monitoring firm iRhythm Q3 revenue beats estimates driven by demand for its SIO services.
Do something like that. Yep.
Roku's Q3 revenue edges past estimates on video advertising strength.
Waiting on Apple here. Still not on the website. Still not on the tape.
Edwards Life Sciences beats Q3 sales estimates, raises full-year sales AJPS guidance. Western Digital fiscal Q1 earnings snapshot. Strategy announces Q3 2025 financial results. Net income of $2.80 billion and diluted EPS of $8.42.
I got you, least estimator.
Cohen and Steers and Claire's quarterly dividend. Monolithic Power forecasts Q4 revenue above estimates on AI boost. Alignment Healthcare Q3 revenue beats estimates on growth in health plan membership. Bitnongyo joins ISG, opening door to more crypto spot ETFs. Investment bank Julian Loki Q2 revenue beats estimates helped by rise in meters and A activity. Amazon agrees to settle consumer class action over returns.
Moonjaro, 6.5 billion. And Zepbound, 3588. Unbelievable. Already run rating at 44 billion. Around 40 billion for just those two. Huge, 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 huge drug.
FTAI Infrastructure Q3 adjusted EBITDA beats estimates.
EBITDA.
Credit Acceptance C3 adjusted EPS beats estimates, helped by fall in provision for credit losses. Goodnight launches Minjuvi in Argentina for DLBCL pain. Equipment Share announces creation of Team Orange, a highly trained volunteer corps to prepare for hurricane season and support communities. First Solar's Q3 revenue beats estimates on higher module sales.
Apple trading a tiny bit up. Still don't have the results. Approaching the release right now.
CB Financial Q3 net income rises on loan growth. Ingersoll Q3 earnings snapshot. OSI Systems Q1 profit beats estimates on global demand, raises FY guidance. Cytoconex CEO Robert I. Bloom reports sale of common share. Fairchild completes a Nevada Trinity with the acquisition of advanced stage Carlin Clean project. Motorola forecasts fourth quarter revenue above estimates on steady demand. Digital banking software firm Alchemy Q3 revenue misses estimate. Bankware Q3 net income rises on higher consumer loans. Arrow Electronics Q3 revenue up 13% beats estimates.
Okay.
Rocket Company's Q3 earnings snapshot. Childcare services, Bright Horizons Q3 revenue beats estimates. Pathfinder Bancorp's Q3 net income rises on deposit growth.
The hell is going on?
CubeSmart Q3 adjusted FFO declines. Weyerhaeuser H3 earnings shat not. Infrastructure contractor Mastech Q3 revenue beats expectations on robust demand.
EPS.
Middleby schedules third quarter earnings release and conference
Revenue
call.
barely above.
Re/Max Holdings Inc. records third quarter 2025 results.
6%. It's not great.
Select Medical Holdings Corporation announces results for its third quarter ended September 30th, 2025 and cash dividend. Grains mostly lower, livestock mixed. Brief Quaker Chemical Q3 adjust EPS USD 2.08 versus IBEST 2.0.
I mean, Apple almost missed.
OpenAI, Oracle, and related digital announced Stargate data center site in Michigan.
That's not good if you're trading it 30 times.
Omega Healthcare Q3 net income rising. Families turn to herbal remedies for immune support this cold and flu season. Mortgage lender Rocket Company's
expectations for
Q3
Apple
adjusted
is
revenue beats expectations.
Always a little minimal.
The day ahead North America, October 31st. MDA Space provides real estate platform Zillow Q3 revenue jumps on mortgages growth. Update 1 Intel in talks to acquire AI chip startup Sambanova, Bloomberg News reports.
You know, service is up 15%. That's not that bad. Certainly far from a blowout.
Livingston Township of NJ. Moody's Ratings upgrades Livingston NJ's issuer and Gold Ratings to AO1, assigns MIG1 to Series 2025BA ends.
China revenue down for Apple.
Pennsylvania Day. Daybook Thursday Kong.
iPhone's okay. Mac was good.
Guess CI Technology Q2 revenue up 42% on SRAM demand.
iPad bad and wearables bad.
Daybook Thursday White House. New Hampshire Day. Georgia Daybook. Foreign Decker's Q3 sales rise 5.5%, driven by new store openings.
iPhone technically missed, so not good. Doesn't bode well for the second biggest company in the world. Probably now third below Microsoft, but
Top news alert, Amazon beats cloud growth estimates.
Apple positive, Amazon positive. Amazon up 7%. Wow, Apple's up 3%. I don't know if they gave, maybe they give guidance somewhere. I don't think so. Fallen 15.
Oh, Apple really rallying here.
Looking for a part to change my life. Rolling down a hill, stuck on level 65.
I'll be gone in a flash. Let's dance till we go. One day, all of us will be buried in stone. Take a breath, make a word every step as we go. Tumbling in the wind. Soak it in all the light, follow it, traveling. Plant a seed, climb a tree to the tip of a dream. Foolish how I believe I'm immortal. Tumbling in the wind. In the end, may we lie with the lingering smile for those beautiful times. In the end, if we cry for forgiveness, let's die for those beautiful times. You'll be gone in a flash. Let's dance till we go. Taking in every chance. Let's dance real slow. How I long for a life next to you, tumbling in the wind. In the end, may we lie with a lingering smile for those beautiful times. In the end, if we cry for forgiveness, let's die for those beautiful times. Coincidentally, I met you by Temple Bar back in April. I think I needed to meet you. Putting my cards on the table. We dialogue in our own way. Say what you think, you'll be okay. This thing with you needs no label. Putting my cards on the table. When I'm with you, it's always fun. You make me feel so young. Hung up on you.
Was it 5%? What the
You ain't just anyone. Your eyes are blue, mine are brown, with a tint of hazel. Ain't no
Yeah.
one like you. I guess that my cards are on the table. Working too much, I forget I'm young. Trying to tell me how my life should run. Work is a chore, deep down I want fun. Learn to slow down, take things one by one.
I'm surprised you guys can hear anything? You guys can hear the music? I don't think you can hear the music. I thought he turned off the desktop audio. Okay, good. I like eggs, you know it? How do you know that one?
Fiscal year 2025 earnings conference call. My name is Suhasini Chandramouli, Director of Investor Relations. Today's call is being recorded. Speaking first today is Apple's CEO, Tim Cook, and he'll be followed by CFO, Kevin Perek. After that, we'll open the call to questions from analysts. Please note that some of the information you'll hear during our discussion today will consist of forward-looking statements, including, without limitation, those regarding revenue, gross margin, operating expenses, other income and expense, taxes, capital allocation, and future business outlook. These statements involve risks and uncertainties that may cause actual results or trends to differ materially from our forecast, including risks related to the potential impact to the company's business and results of operations from macroeconomic conditions, tariffs and other measures, and legal and regulatory proceedings. For more information, please refer to the risk factors discussed in Apple's most recently filed reports on Form 10-Q and Form 10-K and the Form 8-K filed with the SEC today, along with the associated press release. Additional information will also be in our report on Form 10-K for the year ended September 27, 2025, to be filed tomorrow, and in other reports and filings we make with the SEC. Apple assumes no obligation to update any forward-looking statements, which speak only as of the date they are made. Additionally, today's discussion will refer to certain non-GAAP financial measures. You can find a reconciliation of these measures in our fourth quarter earnings release, which is available on our investor relations website. I'd now like to turn the call over to Tim for introductory remarks.
Thank you, Suhasini. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining the call. Today, Apple is proud to report $102.5 billion in revenue, up 8% from a year ago and a September quarter record. Services achieved an all-time revenue record of $28.8 billion, growing 15% from a year ago. EPS came in at $1.85, setting a September quarter record. We grew in the vast majority of markets we track and had September quarter revenue records in dozens of markets, including the US, Canada, Latin America, Western Europe, the Middle East, Japan, Korea, and South Asia. We also set a September quarter revenue record in emerging markets and an all-time revenue record in India. These results come at the close of an extraordinary year for Apple, in which we achieved an all-time revenue record of $416 billion for the fiscal year. We set all-time revenue records in emerging and developed markets. We set an all-time revenue record for iPhone. And in services, we achieved all-time records across every geographic segment. These results reflect the tremendous customer enthusiasm for Apple products and services, as well as our deep commitment to innovation. We are incredibly excited about the strength we're seeing across our products and services, and we expect the December quarter's revenue to be the best ever for the company and the best ever for iPhone. We are heading into the holiday season with a truly remarkable lineup. That includes the biggest leap ever for iPhone, which has had a tremendous response from our users around the world. Our Apple Watch lineup is more capable than ever too, giving users ways to take charge of their health like never before through new features like hypertension notifications and sleep score. And the next level sound quality and active noise cancellation of AirPods Pro 3 are hitting all the right notes for our users. In October, we also broke new ground in power-efficient performance with the incomparably fast M5 chip packed with neural accelerators in each GPU core to supercharge AI workflows. iPad Pro combines game-changing features in iPadOS 26 with the power of M5 to create our most capable iPad ever. At the same time, the M5 MacBook Pro raises the bar for what users can do with a laptop, while the new M5-powered Apple Vision Pro opens up amazing possibilities on its infinite canvas. We also launched a beautiful new software design that creates a unified experience across all of our platforms for the very first time. The design is crafted with a new material called liquid glass that brings fluidity, vitality, and flexibility to our products. Along with the new design, we delivered powerful new features to enable users to do even more with their devices. That includes updates to the phone and messages apps in iOS 26 to help users stay connected, continuity enhancements in Mac to deliver an even more seamless experience across devices, and a powerful new windowing system that fundamentally transforms the user experience in iPadOS 26. As we continue to expand our investment in AI, we're bringing intelligence to more of what people already love about our products and services, making every experience even more personal, capable, and effortless. At the heart of it all is Apple Silicon, and we were thrilled to launch new products powered by the A19 Pro chip and M5. These incredibly advanced chips make Apple products the very best place to experience the power of AI. With Apple Intelligence, we've introduced dozens of new features that are powerful, intuitive, private, and deeply integrated into the things people do every day. Features like live translation.
Top news alert. Apple CEO forecast holiday quarter iPhone sales that top Wall Street estimates.
What happened? Uh-oh. Hello, Tim.
Which help users communicate across languages in real time.
Hello?
And visual intelligence, which opens new ways to learn about and explore the world. We also...
What the hell is wrong with this thing, man? Supposed to be Tim. Shit keeps freezing or something.
The iPhone 17 Pro also offers our best camera system ever with an all-new 8x.
The fuck? That's a good idea. Sucks. What is wrong with the Apple podcast or earnings call?
The MacBook Air enables users to get things done easily.
Fucking useless.
On the world's most popular laptop. Mac Mini users are loving how much performance is packed into our smallest Mac ever made, while Mac Studio customers are pushing the envelope of what's possible with our most powerful Mac ever. And the latest 14-inch MacBook Pro
What the fuck, man?
unlocks incredible speed and next-level performance with the all-new M5 chip, which delivers 3.5 times faster AI performance than M4.
This is annoying.
Turning to iPad, revenue was $7 billion for the September quarter. Last month, we released one of the most attention-grabbing
What the hell is wrong with this?
life-threatening condition. We're also excited about ways to improve it. That's something I'm sure we can all benefit from. Meanwhile, AirPods Pro 3 have been a huge hit. You have to hear them to really understand just how remarkable they are. Users and reviewers alike are praising their incredible sound quality and improved fit. They feature the world's best in-ear active noise cancellation, removing up to 2 times as much noise as the previous generation. And with live translation powered by Apple Intelligence, AirPods deliver an incredibly new and exciting experience for users around the world. Turning to services, as I mentioned earlier, revenue was $28.8 billion for the September quarter, 15% higher year over year and an all-time record. We saw double-digit growth in both developed and emerging markets and set new all-time records across advertising, App Store, cloud services, music, payment services, and video. Apple TV celebrated a big night at this year's Emmy Awards with 22 wins. The studio led the night with 13 wins, the most of any comedy series in Emmy's history. Severance topped all dramas with 8 wins, adding to the accolades for this landmark series. To date, Apple TV productions have now earned over 600 wins and 2,800 nominations in total, driven by powerful, original storytelling. And we're excited for audiences to discover new productions like Pluribus and to catch returning favorites like Slow Horses and The Morning Show. And soon, Apple TV will be the destination for F1 fans across the U.S. on track day, thanks to a new partnership with Formula One. F1 is one of the most exciting and fastest growing sports in the world, and starting next year, Apple TV will be the place for subscribers to follow every twist and turn of the new season. And in addition, F1 the movie, one of the year's biggest blockbusters, will be coming to Apple TV on December 12th. During the September quarter, we also marked the 10-year anniversary of Apple News. Apple News provides access to front-page news from all around the world, putting hundreds of publications right at users' fingertips. Turning to retail, we're heading into our busiest time of year with our best-ever lineup. In the last few months, we've opened new stores in emerging markets like India and the UAE, and new locations in the US and China. I was also in Tokyo last month for the opening of the redesigned and reimagined Apple Ginza store, and the energy among the crowd was truly remarkable. When it originally opened, it was our first store outside the United States, and so it was especially meaningful to come back to welcome customers to the beautiful new space. Everywhere we operate and in everything we do, we strive to give the best to our users while living by our values, whether that's building new accessibility features into our most recent software releases or advancing our environmental work by using even more recycled materials in our latest lineup, or providing free educational programming to train and support American businesses with our new Apple Manufacturing Academy in Detroit. And we're continuing to invest in innovation and user experiences that will transform our future. A great example is the work we're doing in the U.S., where we're committed to invest $600 billion over the next 4 years with a focus on innovation in strategic areas like advanced manufacturing, silicon engineering, and artificial intelligence. These commitments build on our longstanding investments in America while supporting more than 450,000 jobs with thousands of suppliers across all 50 states. We built a new factory in Houston for advanced AI service, for example, which just started shipping its first products off the line, and we're leading the creation of end-to-end silicon supply chain across the country. In recent months, I've connected with developers, innovators, artists, entrepreneurs, and so many others around the world, people passionate about innovation and all the things they can do with Apple products. Each one is another reminder of why we do what we do. We're driven to empower people to do more of the things that matter most to them and enrich their lives along the way. As we head into the holiday season with our most powerful lineup ever, I couldn't be more excited for what's to come. With that, I'll turn it over to Kevin.
Thanks, Tim, and good afternoon, everyone. Our revenue of $102.5 billion was up 8% year over year and is a new September quarter record. We set September quarter records in the Americas, Europe, Japan, and the rest of Asia Pacific, and grew in the vast majority of markets we track. Products revenue was $73.7 billion, up 5% year over year, driven by growth across iPhone and Mac, and reached a September quarter record. Thanks to our exceptional customer satisfaction and strong levels of loyalty, our install base of active devices has reached another all-time high across all product categories and geographic segments. Services revenue was $28.8 billion, up 15% year over year, and an all-time record. The performance was broad-based, with double-digit growth in the vast majority of the markets we track and double-digit growth across most of our services categories. Company gross margin was 47.2%, above the high end of our guidance range and up 70 basis points sequentially, driven by favorable mix. This includes approximately $1.1 billion of tariff-related costs, which is in line with what we had estimated on our last call. Products gross margin was 36.2%, up 170 basis points sequentially, driven by favorable mix. Services gross margin was 75.3%, down 30 basis points sequentially. Operating expenses landed at $15.9 billion, up 11% year over year, driven by increased investment in R&D. These strong levels of business performance led to September quarter records for both net income and diluted earnings per share. Net income was $27.5 billion, and diluted earnings per share was $1.85, up 13% year over year on an adjusted basis, excluding the one-time charge we recognized during the fourth quarter of 2024. Operating cash flow was also a September quarter record at $29.7 billion. Now, I'm going to provide some more details for each of our revenue categories. iPhone revenue was $49 billion, up 6% year over year, driven by the iPhone 16 family. iPhone grew in the vast majority of the markets we track, with September quarter records in many emerging markets, including Latin America, the Middle East, and South Asia, and an all-time record in India. The iPhone active install base grew to an all-time high, and we set a September quarter record for upgraders. According to the recent survey from World Panel, iPhone was a top-selling model in the US, urban China, the UK, France, Australia, and Japan. We continue to see very high levels of customer satisfaction in the US at 98%, as measured by 451 Research. Mac revenue was $8.7 billion, up 13% year over year, driven by MacBook Air. We grew in every geographic segment with strong double-digit growth in emerging markets. The Mac install base reached another all-time high, with nearly half of customers who purchased a Mac being new to the product. And the latest customer satisfaction for Mac in the US was reported at 96%. iPad revenue was $7 billion, flat year over year. Keep in mind, we faced a difficult compare against the full quarter impact of the iPad Air and iPad Pro launch from last year, offset by the better-than-expected performance on the iPad. The install base reached an all-time high, with a September quarter record for upgraders, and over half of the customers who purchased an iPad during the quarter were new to the product. Based on the latest reports from 451 Research, customer satisfaction was 98% in the US. Wearables, home, and accessories revenue was $9 billion, flat year over year. This was driven by growth on Watch and AirPods, offset by accessories, which was impacted by strong performance in the year-ago quarter, driven by the iPad launches. Both the Apple Watch and AirPods install bases reached new all-time highs. Over half of the customers purchasing an Apple Watch during the quarter were new to the product, and we also set a September record for upgraders on Apple Watch. And in the US, customer satisfaction was recently measured at 95%. Our services revenue reached an all-time high of $28.8 billion, up 15% year over year. We achieved all-time revenue records in the Americas, Europe, Japan, and rest of Asia Pacific, as well as a September quarter record in Greater China. The majority of categories saw a sequential acceleration, and as Tim mentioned, we set many all-time revenue records, including payment services, where we reached an all-time revenue record and saw a double-digit growth year over year on Apple Pay active users. This strong momentum in the September quarter drove our total fiscal year services revenue to surpass $100 billion, up 14% year over year, and our best ever. The growth of our install base of active devices continues to offer us great opportunities for the future. Customer engagement across our services offerings also continued to grow. Both transacting and paid accounts reached new all-time highs. And we continue to improve the quality and expand the reach of our services offerings. From additional markets for Apple Pay, now available in nearly 90 countries, to Apple Care One, a great new way to cover multiple Apple products in a single plan. Turning to enterprise, we are seeing an adoption of Apple products accelerate across industries to improve productivity and drive innovation. The BMW Group has been deploying tens of thousands of iPhones, including to factory employees, to further strengthen its digital capabilities and advanced innovation at the company. Capital One has expanded its Mac Choice program by adding thousands more MacBook Airs across its workforce. In the Czech Republic, its largest bank, Česká spořitelna, continues to invest in the Apple ecosystem with over 5,000 iPhones in addition to its existing thousands of iPads and Macs. And Purdue University has launched a spatial computing hub built around Vision Pro, designed to help prepare students to lead the next wave of innovation in critical industries like semiconductor and pharmaceutical manufacturing. Let's turn to our cash position and capital return program. We ended the quarter with $132 billion in cash and marketable securities. We had $1.3 billion of debt maturities and decreased commercial paper by $1.9 billion, resulting in $99 billion in total debt. Therefore, at the end of the quarter, net cash was $34 billion. During the quarter, we returned $24 billion to shareholders. This included $3.9 billion in dividends and equivalents, and $20 billion through open market repurchases of 89 million Apple shares. Taking a step back, we are very pleased with our record fiscal year 2025 results. As Tim mentioned, total company revenue for the year was $416 billion, with growth in iPhone, Mac, iPad, and services, and all-time records in the vast majority of markets we track. This revenue performance led to very strong full-year operating results, with all-time records for net income and for diluted EPS, which grew double digits year over year on an adjusted basis. As we move ahead into the December quarter, I'd like to review our outlook, which includes the types of forward-looking information Suhasini referred to. Importantly, the color we're providing assumes that the global tariff rates, policies, and application remain in effect as of this call, and the global macroeconomic outlook does not worsen from today. We expect our December quarter total company revenue to grow by 10 to 12% year over year, which would be our best quarter ever. We expect iPhone revenue to grow double digits year over year, which would be our best iPhone quarter ever. On Mac, keep in mind, we expect to face a very difficult compare against the M4 MacBook Pro, Mac Mini, and iMac launches in the year-ago quarter. We expect services revenue to grow at a year-over-year rate similar to what we reported in the fiscal year 2025. We expect gross margin to be between 47% and 48%, which includes an estimated impact of $1.4 billion of tariff-related costs. And as we've said before, we are significantly increasing our investments in AI while continuing to invest in our product roadmap. And so for the December quarter, we expect operating expenses to be between $18.1 billion and $18.5 billion. We expect OI&E to be around $150 million, excluding any potential impact from the mark-to-market of minority investments, and our tax rate to be around 17%. Finally, today our board of directors has declared a cash dividend of 26 cents per share of common stock payable on November 13th, 2025, to shareholders of record as of November 10th, 2025. With that, let's open the call to questions.
Thank you, Kevin. We ask that you limit yourself to 2 questions. Operator, may we have the first question, please?
Certainly. We will go ahead and take our first question from Eric Woodring with Morgan Stanley. Please go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thank you for taking my question. Congrats on the results. Tim, can you maybe share a bit more detail on why you think the iPhone 17 is having the degree of success that it is at this point? And really the question is, do you believe this is, the aged installed base replacement cycle kicking in, or are there specific features or functionality you believe stand out this cycle versus past cycles that consumers are really looking for? And then just a quick follow-up. Thanks.
Eric, thanks for your comments. I think it's all about the product. The product lineup is incredibly strong. They're strongest ever. The 17 Pro is the most pro phone we've ever done. It's incredible, and the design sings. The iPhone Air feels so thin and so light in your hand, it feels like it's going to fly away. And then the 17 phone is an incredible value and takes several of the features that were reserved for Pro before and brings them down to the consumer lineup. So overall, strongest iPhone lineup ever, and it's resonating around the world.
Great, thank you, Tim. And maybe a follow-up for you, Kevin. Can you maybe just discuss your approach to managing component cost inflation during this time? You're obviously increasing the memory content in your devices quite substantially. At the same time, memory prices are going through some pretty significant inflation. So just how are you managing through this cycle? Thanks so much, guys.
Yeah, hey, Eric, thanks for the question. Look, as you know, we've got a pretty incredible world-class procurement team, and so we're constantly finding ways to continue to drive cost opportunities. Right now on the commodity side, I would say we're seeing, a slight tailwind on memory and storage prices, so nothing really to note there. And as we saw from our gross margin performance, we landed in a pretty good spot above the high end of the guidance range we provided at 47.2%. And then as well, we're guiding at 47 to 48%. So I think we're managing costs pretty well. As you'll recall, when we talk about this time in the cycle, we just launched a bunch of new products. Those new products do have a slightly higher cost structure than the products they replace, but the team does a very good job of focusing our efforts on getting those costs down over time, and we feel pretty good about the performance we're seeing right now overall on material cost savings.
Great, thanks so much. Good luck, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Operator, could we get the next question, please?
Our next question is from Ben Reitzes with Melius Research. Please go ahead.
Hey guys, thanks for this. Tim, can you talk a little bit about iPhone in China specifically? How is that going to trend in the December quarter, and have you turned the corner there? And how do you think that trajectory is going? And then I have a quick follow-up. Thanks.
Yeah, Ben, I was just there. It's incredibly vibrant and dynamic. The store traffic is up significantly year over year. The iPhone 17 the family has been very well received there. We do believe that we'll return to growth in Q1, and that is largely based on the reception of the iPhone there. And so I couldn't be more pleased with how things are going there in the early going.
All right, that's great. And then services, great upside there. A little surprising, right? We were a little worried about that one only a few quarters ago. I was wondering if there were any tax payments in there, or if the resolution that we saw with the antitrust ruling with one of your partners was a boost, and if that played a role, or if it was all really just organic outperformance with many of the things you mentioned. Thanks.
Yeah, hey Ben, it's Kevin here. Let me try to answer that question. Just wanted to clarify, when you're referring to the antitrust piece, you're talking about the Google trial. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, there was no tax-related impact. And what I would say is our strong performance for the quarter is really organically driven. And again, just to reiterate, we had a all-time revenue record here for the quarter at $28.8 billion, and as well we surpassed $100 billion, so best year ever at 14% year on year. So that was all organic growth. As Tim outlined and I outlined in the prepared remarks, we saw a majority of the categories have sequential acceleration, and we had many all-time revenue records, but nothing abnormal at all. Really pretty much all organic growth.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Operator, could we get the next question, please?
Our next question is from Michael Ng. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the question. I just have two as well. First, just to follow up on the last one, the services revenue growth, I think, was the fastest across many categories, and certainly the fastest in the last 2 years. I was just wondering if you could just unpack a little bit more of the drivers of the acceleration. Was there kind of cross-selling with the new iPhone launch? Was it just installed base growth? I know you've been doing a lot of bundling with Apple One and Apple Care One. So any thoughts on that would be very helpful. And then I just have a quick follow-up. Thank you.
Hi, Michael. It's Kevin. Thanks for the question. Yeah, let me build on the answer there. I think that the way we look at it is not one thing to point to that would have driven this higher performance. You're right that it is slightly higher than we've seen in the last few quarters. But as you know, our services portfolio is very broad, with a broad range of businesses, all that have different growth profiles and different performance characteristics. So those can vary in any given quarter. I would say our strength, again, was very broad-based, both across categories and also geographically. So I wouldn't point to any particular factor that drove any kind of outperformance at all. We were just very pleased to see that result.
Great, thank you. And just on iPhone sell-through, I was wondering if you were seeing any notable shifts in trends between the sell-through coming from upgraders versus switchers. Is the U.S. carrier competitive dynamic helping at all in terms of promotional activity? And any thoughts on channel inventory? Thank you.
Okay, we did set a September quarter record for upgraders, and so it was a great quarter from that point of view. It's really too early in the cycle on 17 to make any comments about upgraders or switchers. In terms of channel inventory, we ended the quarter toward the low end of the targeted range, obviously because we had constraints on several models of the 16 and the 17. And for complete transparency and clarity, we're constrained today on several models of the iPhone 17. There's not a ramp issue. It's just we have very strong demand, and we're working very hard to fulfill all the orders that we have.
Great. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Kevin.
All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Mike. Operator, could we get the next question, please?
Our next question is from Amit Daryanani with Evercore. Please go ahead.
Yep, thanks a lot. I have two as well. I guess, Kevin, maybe just start with gross margins. Can you just walk through the expectations for December quarter? I think it implies up 30 basis points or so sequentially. Can you just talk about the puts and takes on gross margin, given you do have very sizable operating leverage in the quarter? So just maybe what are the puts and takes around that would be really helpful.
Yeah, sure. Amit, let me walk through the outlook. As we mentioned in our outlook, we're targeting a range of 47 to 48%. If we take the midpoint of that range at the 47, and a half, you said it's roughly 25 basis points, 30 basis points higher. Really, there's a lot of puts and takes. As I talked about earlier, this is a quarter we launched a lot of new products. Those new products tend to have a higher cost structure than the products they replace. So there's definitely a impact from the cost side of things, but that was more than offset by favorable mix, especially on the product side, as well as you outlined, we typically see higher leverage in this quarter. So I would say those are the two big drivers. And so the sequential increase is really going to be driven by favorable mix, and particularly from the product side.
Got it. And then, if I just go back to the China discussion for a minute, the performance in China, at least in September quarter, was a bit muted. Could you just talk about what resulted in the weakness over there? And do you think it was a bit more of a pause, given iPhone Air, for example, I don't think was available until a few weeks ago. So just talk about what drove the weakness in September, and is the uptick or better expectations for December there just from the iPhone Air coming out, or are there other factors as well? Thank you.
Yeah, the Greater China revenue was down 4% in the year-over-year in the September quarter. It was driven by iPhone. And if you look at the iPhone, the majority of the sequential year-over-year change was due to supply constraints that I mentioned earlier. And so it was basically supply constraints that drove the results. We're thrilled with what we're seeing right now, with traffic being up significantly year-over-year and the reception of the 17 family. We expect to return to growth this quarter.
Top news alert. Trump sets refugee ceiling at record low 7,500 with
Thanks,
focus
Amit.
on white South Africans.
Operator, could we have the next question, please?
Our next question is from Wamsi Mohan with Bank of America. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. Tim, if I could follow up on your comments about the constrained supply in the quarter, just given the very strong demand for iPhones. Do you expect that, as you can see your visibility across demand and supply, do you think that you will be exiting December at a point where you wouldn't be constrained anymore, or do you still expect that there could be constraints as you exit the December quarter? And any way to quantify sort of what revenue could have been in this quarter without constraints?
Yeah, if you look at the supply constraints, today we are constrained on 17 models. We're not predicting when the supply demand will balance. We're obviously working very hard to achieve that because we want to get as many of these products out to the customers as possible. But today I'm not going to predict.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
Yeah.
And then as a follow-up, I heard you talk about new records across a lot of categories and services. I didn't hear search explicitly called out, so maybe it's a little bit of a follow-up to Ben's question, but given that there are some concerns around search volumes decelerating at the expense of AI, how do you think about the broader sustainability of these very strong mid-teens growth rates for services or extended period of time, not just for next quarter where you're obviously guiding to 14?
This is Tim. The advertising category, which is a combination of third party and first party, did set a record during the quarter.
Okay, and sorry, just to be clear, both Apple's own internal advertising and within the licensing individually set records?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the combination of the two set a record. We don't. I'm dodging the question intentionally because we don't split it at that level.
Okay. Okay, understood. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Wamsi. Operator, could we get the next question, please?
Our next question is from Samik Chatterjee with JP Morgan. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Maybe for the first one, Tim, you talked about the strong momentum you're seeing in China, which is also driving your confidence for the December quarter. Any thoughts on the role that the smartphone subsidies in that region are playing in this momentum, and how do you think about sort of what portion of consumers are maybe using some of those subsidies, leveraging the subsidies at this point? Any more insights into that? And I have a follow-up. Thank you.
Yeah, the subsidies play a favorable role. The subsidies, as you know, are sort of across multiple categories, from PCs to tablets to smartwatches and smartphones. And however, it's important to note they only apply to certain price ranges. And so there's a maximum price, and there's several of our products that sell above that price and therefore are not eligible for a subsidy. And but it does have a favorable effect, and it's clearly, and at least from our vantage point, driving some consumer demand.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
And a follow-up for Kevin here, on the OpEx increase going into the December quarter, fairly sizable step up. So if you could just dig into that number a bit more, what are sort of the components towards what you're spending? And then that increase year over year in OpEx does sort of exceed your revenue growth. So is that sort of what we should expect on a going forward basis as well, where you probably need to invest a bit more in the near future? Thank you.
Yes, Samik, thanks for that question. As we've been outlining and reiterated in our last call, we are increasing our investments in AI while also continuing to invest in our product roadmap. So the vast majority of the increase to our operating expenses are driven by R&D. While we continue to manage the company in a thoughtful and disciplined way, we're also managing the business for the long term and are super excited about all the opportunities we see ahead. As it relates to the question around OpEx and revenue growth, while OpEx has been growing at a faster rate than revenue, we have seen gross margin expansion. And so when we look at that on a combined basis, it does allow us to have healthy operating leverage, and our operating income growth has been generally outpacing revenue growth for the past, several years.
Clear. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Awesome. Thank you, Samik. Operator, could we get the next question, please?
Our next question is from David Vogt with UBS. Please go ahead.
Great. Thanks, guys, for taking my questions. So maybe, Kevin, can I ask first, can you help us understand sort of the tariff impact sequentially from the September quarter to the December quarter, particularly around iPhone supply constraints? Because I think I heard you say tariffs go from 1.1 to 1.4 billion, but the sequential uplift in iPhone revenue and presumably production, given supply chain constraints, is dramatically bigger. So you can help us understand how to think about the timing of those tariff headwinds as we move forward and sort of that correlation, and then I have a follow-up.
David, I'll take this one. You're right. It goes from 1.1 to a projection of 1.4. And the 1.4 is based on sort of what we know right now and where the tariff rates and policies and so forth are. So it assumes a stable kind of environment for the quarter. It does comprehend the change that was just made, which we're very encouraged to see, with the tariffs moving from 20% to 10% in China. And so that is factored in. And that is one of the reasons why it's not linear to volume, if you will. Does that make sense?
Got it. No, that's helpful. That's what I was asking, if the change is reflected in that outlook. And then just as a follow-up, when you think about, I think on the Macs, I know people aren't asking about it. You talked about the tough comp, but you're going into sort of a holiday season. I understand that. But when you think about the attach possibility for other products to the iPhone in the holiday season? How do we think about sort of where the consumer's head's at and their wallet is at this point in the cycle? And granted, it is a tough comp, but is there an opportunity to see some maybe upside from an attach rate perspective, given the strength in the iPhone portfolio?
We always like to remind people that buy an iPhone, all the other things that we offer, and so you can bet that we're doing that. From a Mac point of view, the challenge is that last year was sort of the mother of all Mac launches. All of these, from Mac Mini to iMac to all the MacBook Pros, all launched literally at the same time. And this year, that compares to launching the 14-inch MacBook Pro. And so there's a very difficult compare. Of course, in the long run, I'm very bullish on the Mac. And you can see that the Mac, again, last quarter outgrew the market. And so we feel really well about how Mac is positioned, but this certain quarter is a extremely difficult compare.
Yeah, and Tim, I'll add to that we also had the DRAM upgrades last year for the Mac lineup.
Good point.
Which also was another factor.
Great. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah.
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you, David. Operator, could we get the next question, please?
Our next question is from Krish Sankar with TD Cowen. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for taking my question. My first one is on the iPhone constraints. Is there a way to quantify how much business you left on the table because of those constraints? And is the different iPhone manufacturing from two different regions contributing to the constraint? And then I have a follow-up for you.
To be clear, the constraint was not related to manufacturing capacity per se. It was that we called the number of iPhone 16s that we were going to make and were a bit short of where the demand really was. So we could have sold more. We're not publicly, at least, estimating the extent of that. And then on iPhone 17 family, the demand is very strong. And so we obviously came out of the Q4 timeframe with lots of back orders.
Got it. Thanks for that, Tim. And then a quick follow-up. Given like the prevalence of chatbots and now some of these AI-infused web services, do you think that could change the consumer behavior on mobile app ecosystems? Or are you seeing any of that? And would that have any impact on your app store?
I think there are opportunities on the App Store with artificial intelligence. And so I think, as we have made our on-device models available for developers, and we've seen developers begin to adopt them. And so I think as that proliferates, there's an opportunity for developers and for Apple to benefit from that, from adding features to their apps and so forth.
Thanks a lot, Tim. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Krish. Operator, could we get the next question, please?
Our next question is from Aaron Rakers with Wells Fargo. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for taking the question. I have two as well. I guess the first question is, when we look at the iPhone 17 demand, which you've repeatedly highlighted is very strong, I'm curious if there's been any discernible kind of change in the mix within the iPhone 17 categories between the Pro and the Pro Max versions relative to prior cycles.
It's really too early to call the mix, to be honest, and we don't like to publicly disclose that because of for competitive reasons. But frankly, we don't really know what the mix will be yet because we have constraints on both sides of the ledger, at the top and at the entry. And so we'll see what happens as we get more supply.
Yep. And then as a quick follow-up, I'm curious as we kind of work through kind of the AI narrative that continues to build, Could you provide any kind of updated thoughts around the build out of Apple's private compute cloud and how we should think about that kind of as we look forward?
Yeah, we're obviously using PCC, our private cloud compute, today for a number of queries for Siri. And we will continue to build it out. In fact, the manufacturing plant that makes the servers used for Apple Intelligence just started manufacturing in Houston a few weeks ago, and we've got a ramp plan there for use in our data centers, and it's robust.
Yeah, and Aaron, I'll add maybe there too, since you asked the question about private cloud compute, that we in 25 we did have capex costs associated with building out our private cloud compute environment in our first party data centers. So you would have seen that in some of the capex investment in the year.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Operator, could we get the next question, please?
Our next question is from Atif Malik with Citi. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my questions and great execution. The first question is on iPhone Air. Does the consumer reception on iPhone Air gives you a feel on perhaps the foldable phone market, or are the two form factors very different?
I'm not sure that that one is a proxy for the other. The thing that I would say is that where we don't get into the model kind of demand, at the aggregate level, we are thrilled with how iPhone has been received, and that's the reason that we're expecting double-digit growth in the current quarter.
Great. And Tim, as a follow-up, good to know that the personalized Siri is making a good progress and on track for next year. Will you continue to use a three-pronged approach with your own foundation models and partner with other LLM providers and then maybe potential M&A, or is one strategy more emphasized over another?
We're obviously creating Apple Foundation models within Apple. We ship them on device and use them in the private cloud compute as well. And we've got several in development. And so we also, from a continually to surveil the market on M&A and are open to pursuing M&A if we think that it will advance our roadmap.
Okay. Sounds like a deal's coming.
Thank you.
Thanks, Atif. Operator, can we get our last question, please?
Our last question is from Richard Kramer with Arete Research. Please go ahead.
Who the hell?
Thank you very much. Tim, we've often seen Apple be a fast follower with iPhone and new technology, whether large displays or 4G or 5G. But with all the hype now around AI, are you seeing evidence that AI capabilities or features are a material purchase consideration for consumers, or are the record sales levels you're reporting simply reflecting other factors like the retention of your iOS base?
I think that there are many factors that influence people's purchasing considerations. And we don't have a great in-depth survey yet on the current iPhone 17 because it's very new in the cycle, and we give it some time to formulate. But I would say that Apple Intelligence is a factor. And, we're very bullish on it becoming a greater factor. And so that's the way that we look at it.
Okay, thanks. And then one for Kevin. In the wake of nearly every other large tech company massively increasing their capex in advance of AI demand and also mentioning that there's scarce capacity, do you anticipate Apple altering its sort of long-standing hybrid approach to your own and third-party data centers? And maybe can you talk a little bit about the role you see for Apple Silicon with the new M5 series of chipsets?
Yeah, hi, Richard. Thanks for the question. In general, I think as we've talked about before, we are expecting increases in our CapEx spending related to AI investments. For example, as I mentioned earlier, we did end up having investments this year to build out our private cloud compute environment. And we do believe this hybrid model has served us very well, and we continue to want to leverage it. And so I don't see us moving away from this hybrid model where we leverage both first-party capacity as well as leverage third-party capacity. We'll continue to want to build out private cloud compute, as Tim outlined, as we have more usage there over time. But I think in general, we'll want to continue to have this hybrid model.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Richard. A replay of today's call will be available for 2 weeks on Apple Podcasts, as a webcast on apple.com/investor, and via telephone. The number for the telephone replay is 866-583-1035. Please enter confirmation code 0689794 followed by the pound sign. These replays will be available by approximately 5 p.m. Pacific Time today. Members of the press with additional questions can contact Josh Rosenstock at 408-862-1142, and financial analysts can contact me, Suhasini Chandramouli, with additional questions at 408-974-3123. Thanks again for joining us.
Rough day, rough day. Real rough day. All right, guys. Well, we'll try to do better tomorrow, right? So I'll see you then.